Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Zelda block. Now, the first and most obvious question is, why are we starting with Breath of the Wild? This makes sense if you think about it. Usually, there's two primary criteria when it comes to how we order a particular block. The first criteria is pretty obvious. We go ahead and we try to do things in a way that connect with each other, right? So even though the 2D Zeldas, and you'll see this if you type exclamation mark next to the chat, you'll see the actual order we're doing. Even though the 2D Zeldas don't linearly fit next to each other, in terms of game design, they're the 2D Zeldas, right? So, woo, right? That makes absolutely sense that we would cover all those together, even though in terms of timeline, they don't necessarily cohese that way. So, that's one of the major concerns. One of the other major concerns we have, though, is we like to do it such that this needs to be cleaned. We like to do it such that we start with the bad and we build up to the best, right? There's a lot of reasons for that. Personal preference, of course, being one of them, but also just general stream quality. As we've talked about many times and as experience has shown me many times, ending a particular block on something blurred doesn't feel well. Doesn't feel good. That's never really been a good way to allow a block to peter out. So generally speaking, we want to end any given block with a bang, just like we just did with Dread, for example. So, okay. So why are we doing Breath of the Wild first? Because it doesn't have anything to do with any other Zeldas other than Tears of the Kingdom, and it's not the worst in the series. Well, with the Zeldas in particular, we ran into a bit of a unique problem. Because there's a Zelda game called Tears of the Kingdom. The original intent was we were going to do Tears of the Kingdom last, because when this block was ordered, Tears of the Kingdom was brand new. Now it's been out for a year. And so we were going to do Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom back to back. And that made perfect sense for all the reasons. The two connect with each other. They're both decent games to end on. Yada, yada, yada. Now, I haven't played Tears of the Kingdom. In fact, I'm actually still pretty blind, despite we're being a year in on this. But I have been told by basically everyone in the entire universe that Tears of the Kingdom is really similar to Breath of the Wild in terms of overall structure, style, zones, map, etc. And playing those two chonkers back to back would suck. So this is our compromise. We start with Breath of the Wild, we end with Tears of the Kingdom, and as such we have now differentiated these two games and distanced themselves from each other as much as it is possible to do. The other alternative, and this is something we were actually debating here, is whether or not we were going to have Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild be a part of the Zelda block at all. That was the other option. That was the other alternative. But all that needless rambling out of the way, I do want to say this game, I don't have a lot of behind the scenes about this game, or more accurately, I have way too much behind the scenes about this game. Too much to cover. Like, this is... I could literally just stand here and talk for probably about 2 hours before starting playing, because there is so much behind the scenes about this game. So I'm not going to do that. This is not a lore run. This is just a stream. So I'm only going to bring up 2 little anecdotes before we start. Actually, 3 anecdotes, excuse me. One, this was a weird one for Nintendo, because Nintendo has this policy, which they've approached pretty consistently for a long time. They like to do this thing where there's a nice big, they've got a nice big title ready to go, and they announce it, and then on average about 6 months later, it comes out. Sometimes it's less than that, sometimes it's more than that, but 6 months is about the average. And that's awesome. So I bring that up because this game was announced 4 years before it came out. It was actually unique at the time for how crazy long it was in between it being announced and coming out. In fact, to my knowledge, this has only been surpassed once in the history of Nintendo for a game that hasn't actually come out yet. So that's cool. I mentioned that as well because a lot of people were concerned that Breath of the Wild was going to fall into the Half-Life 3 chasm, right? I've talked about this before. There is such a thing as waiting too short for announcing a game, and there's such a thing as waiting too long for announcing a game. And Breath of the Wild was definitely too long, but thankfully, it managed to nevertheless push units. In fact, this game had a near 100% retention rate early on, which is crazy. So, yay for that. But before I move forward, I just realized that I need to say thank you. So, as usual, this is one of the last 2 blocks where I lost the thank yous for who funded this. So, the list I was able to reverse engineer from my own rough notes is thank you to Trafin, Larian, Shadow Machine, Ramble, C.W. Daniels, Frieza, Yura, Direct D, The Black Sky Darkens, Noctis X Soul, Humanization, Epic, Paranoid Android, Dream Whisperer, Darth Trinius, Eclectic Oak, Diabepis, Radisvik, Scruffy Looking, Doom Rider, Guinevere, Jinja Ninja, Tar Hunters, Bragwin, Jaluda, Turjek Catalin, Ranzada, Kieran Elior, Justin T. 1977, The Castle Maker, Blue Dragon, DXE, MPPY, Dante Bronson, Blade Traval, Wenlock, Spartan, Gigapudding, X Wildcard, Retro Justice, History Maker, Chris Lane Venturi 3D, Colin Peluso, Russ, Papaneeks, Javan, Tobias Winker, excuse me, Harkiden, or Harkiden, Zeiss, Speaker, Alex Korbianiki, Eternus, Neil Moore, Vancity, Oxymoron, Scales of Justice, 040, Vigilant, Sonashi, Mauron, King Venom Mui, Sevlenop, Korgoth, Gayporg, aka The Coot, Renegade V, Jukeboz, Fooey Hooey, Zastil, H. Markley, Morganite Skies, Bob O'Haj, and Alec G. Thank you all of you very, very much for making this run happen. I'm almost positive I missed people there, but that's all I got. So, last thing, and then I'll swear we'll get right to it. Several people have asked how much of the content we're doing. Yes, that is the Zelda block. Thanks, Mike Kamano. Well, so I brought this up just to kind of emphasize. So you see the stuff on your screen right now? Most of the stuff you're seeing here is pretty much the stuff we're going to be doing. You know what we are not going to be doing? And jokes aside, I do want to make it very clear just how insane this is. I wanted you to see the visual difference between all the content in the game and just the Korok seeds. This is crazy. And I wanted everybody to really process. If I zoom out, it's even worse. I wanted everyone to process how much we're not doing that. Just some of these areas are just absolutely insane with it, too. Like, rife with seeds. So yeah, not doing that. Many negatives. Moving on. Yeah, see, that's funny. Nintendo stated they never intended for people to get all the Korok seeds. Okay, then why did you put them in your game? PFR, as always, is something that applies. For those of you not familiar with it, it stands for possible, feasible, and reasonable. And that's the guiding principle when it comes to reviews like this. And this is definitely none of the above. Yeah, Nintendo didn't want people to 100% their game. Bull crap, you didn't! Either way, we're going to give a bucket of negatives to the Korok seeds, and we're going to do all the rest of this stuff. But I digress. Enough of this good Zelda music. Oh yeah, fun fact, while we're here, just super quick. Did you know that Koji Kondo had nothing to do with this game? I know that sounds weird because he hasn't really composed music in a long time, not since the GameCube era, actually. But he has been senior music designer and sound designer ever since. And he's been the guy who, like, runs through and makes sure that he has final say. He gives advice and direction and guidance, as well as actually works on the sound programming side of things to make sure that the music pops in each of the Nintendo games. But he had nothing to do with Breath of the Wild. Interesting thing to think about. Moving on. I guess I should pick up these things. Right. So let's demonstrate this first. We're gonna have to Oh, no, no. Of course. Of course. Thanks. Thanks, OBS. Hang on. No, no, no. Sorry, one moment. OBS is rebelling. The AIs are rebelling. I'm barely joking about that. Okay, there we go. Okay, so obviously, we've got our save here. That's cool. That's cool. That's the one we played last time, which we'd gotten a lot of stuff in. That's okay. I'll just do a new game. Overwrite previous save data. Huh. So yeah, that's why there's already negatives to the game, is because of the limited save feature. So naturally, what we're actually going to do is we're going to make a completely new account whose only purpose is stuff like this. What's funny is they have an excuse for the Pokemon games for doing that. There's no excuse that I'm even aware of for the Breath of the Wild stuff for doing that. Oh god, really, Frieza? Jesus. First Zelda game with full voice acting, or as full as we're getting. A lot of people don't like the voice acting in this game. I am not one of those people.
Open your eyes. Open your eyes. Wake up, Link.
Look, Nameless Baron, if you want to play Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom back to back, that's your business. It looks so uncomfortable. Good morning, R. Spruce. Thank you for being part of the show. If you want to put the towards up to 3 things, please let me know. Yeah, I have enough problems sleeping on a comfortable bed. Jeez. No, I was trying to answer you in brief, Baron. I gave the full answer at the beginning of the VOD. Like Mr. Red, for example. He gets the full answer. I mean, I've already given Mr. Red the full answer. That's a good question, Frieza. So hang on, so that's going toward the BRPG block, FF audits, and the awful block. And thank you, Mr. Red, as always. I'll put that towards the awful block. Got a Heart's Covenant, and Legend of Spyro Trilogy. He gets out. Oh, my neck. Oh, my back. And he just falls over in pain. No, I think I would go into downright panic territory if I went into a sensory deprivation changer. Oh, okay, okay. Nope, 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 nope. Flip. Just fix that really quick. Oh, much better. Okay.
That is a Sheikah slate. Take it. It will help guide you after your long slumber.
So something a lot of people are aware of is that Monolith actually did a lot of under-the-hood programming for this game, which is part of why it runs so damn smoothly, because Monolith pretty much figured out how to do open-world games on the Wii U and also on the Switch. See the Xenoblades for a perfectly good example of that. I'm not joking. They're like the id of optimizing for the Switch and open worlds. It's really wild. So they were brought in for a lot of that optimization, which is why Breath of the Wild runs as smoothly as it does. They also had other influences. For example, this is the most science fiction-y of the Zelda games. It's not like we haven't dipped our toes into that before, but no, there's just straight up technology and magitech in this one. And that's a bit of their influence. In fact, originally it was substantially more magitech-y than this. Let's get our basic stuff out of the way. That's true, magitech does not necessarily mean sci-fi, but to be clear, in this case, I absolutely mean sci-fi. I mean, it's kind of their shtick, you know. Wander Song, Songs of Conquest, I can type, and In Stars and Time. Thank you for being part of the show, Simple Gamer. Well, let's keep hurting our foot. Oh, there we go. It's better than nothing. Oh no! Get some friggin' clothes on at least. Oh yeah, several people are like, where does this sit in the timeline? It doesn't, is the simplest answer. They keep saying they have internal documents stating where this sits in the timeline. I don't believe them. We'll talk about the timeline in a minute. Let's push through the intro first.
Hold the Sheikah slate up to the pedestal. That will show you the way.
I mean, whether this game was intended to be or not, Baron, this is a soft reboot.
You are the light.
Or a hard reboot.
Our light. That must shine upon Hyrule once again. Now go.
Yeah, I'm actually supremely unspoiled for Tears. And I'm actually rather proud of that, if I might be so bold. So the game points us towards him, has the camera facing him. There's a lot being done immediately here, so let's pause. Let's pause for a sec. Pause. So let's get some basics out of the way first, shall we? I'll just rebind all the controls here. I guess I can't rebind the controls. Once again, a game from 1994 has better options than a game that came out just a few years ago. Anyways, we also apparently have the DLC, so that's cool. I guess we have all of that. Whatever. Woo! Whoops, wrong thing. Nothing really special there at the moment. This is our basic inventory. We can see several things at a glance. How much noise we're making, which is barely relevant. Our current temperature, which is much more relevant. Minimap, duh. Health, duh. And that's actually kind of it. So, not much going on already. I don't know what you're talking about, Linnea Ruth. I need Linnea Ruth taken out back and given donuts. All right. Obviously, the game is going to get some visual positives. I'm not even sure how that's going to line up, so we'll just put brickwork, and we'll just put a nice big question mark there, and we'll come back to that in a minute. Of course you can, Rasalisu, but does the game get credit for the console? The answer is, of course, no, it doesn't. So, moving on. I have no idea, TSP. Let's see. So, I should probably do that as well while we're here. I sincerely doubt it, Baron, but I don't know, and I don't want to know. The intro does a lot correctly very, very quickly. So it started us with this shot right here. Visual grabbing, right? Visual attention. Just at a glance, you can always tell when they put a lot of effort into a specific shot. First of all, we've got the stick right there glowing and also in frame. It's also one of the only parts of this entire pathway that stands out. It's different, distinct, and right there in the middle. We've also got a very obvious building, which is right down there. Also, just the general visuals, like that. See that? The general visuals of the pathway lead all the way down to that building, and of course to our actual first intended destination. We also see a bit of a cliff edge on the left, which we can experiment with. A bunch of trees on the right, which we can experiment with. There's a mushroom over there. And my personal favorite part is the fire, which is really, really obvious and visible right there. It catches your attention like that because it's one of the only sources of the orange and red palette on the screen. The only other one, of course, being the mushroom I just pointed out. All of this, people sat down and put a lot of thought and effort. Zelda. Zelda!
Head for the point marked on the map in your Sheikah slate.
Zelda. No. All of this is very well designed and very well constructed, pretty much immediately. And I do want to give special praise to this. This is excellent tutorialization, as is Nintendo's norm. I actually know several people who the first thing they do is they go right over the cliff. And then they discover almost immediately that you can climb the sheer cliff edge. Now this is important, because this is a major mechanic for the game. This game has forever ruined me on climbing in every other game ever, and I mean that with sincerity. Because you can climb every goddamn thing in this game, with extremely few exceptions. And the moment you realize you can climb everything, you start to realize exactly how much of the game world you can interact with. Hint, it's basically all of it. This is actually exactly why there's no hookshot in this game. Originally, there was a hookshot in this game, and you could use it to be like, and then climb up the cliff. The problem was every playtester who was playtesting it said that the hookshot was amazing and completely broke the mechanic in half. Because you could do things like, for example, hookshot up to the top. Let's pretend that cliff set is like 3 times higher than this. So you could hookshot up to there, and then let go, and then hookshot up again, and then let go, and then hookshot up again, and you could just do all kinds of crazy stuff like that. Now, I think they should have kept that in, personally. If you're going to let your players do wild, crazy stuff like that, let them. Right? If your players can break the game in half, let them break the game in half. That sounds like fun to me. But it was a direct mandate, and the team constantly begged the director and the producer, can we get this game, get this back in? And the response was no. So no hookshot. That's a damn shame. Oh well. Yeah, then we figured out how to use stasis. By the way, get used to that sound. Well, we could do that, but let's not do that. Let's not do that. Spider-Man's climbing is actually pretty crap. Now Spider-Man's swinging, much better. Mushrooms. I do like how, so when you loot something for the first time, it shows a little pop-up saying what it is. Every other time you loot something, it loots instantly and automatically. It also, I'm explaining that wrong. When I say automatically, what I mean is without pausing. Yeah, that's nice, game. Thank you for ruining my point I was trying to make there. Let me demonstrate that one more time. So we've already looted the Hylian mushroom, so let's go ahead and grab someone. One here. And we can just grab it like that. Boom. Done. Very quick, very efficient. So looting goes from being a chore to being the kind of thing you can do while literally running through. That's awesome. And yeah, that's as I say, Skyward Sword and the original Twilight Princess both could tell you how awful that could get. So we are automatically and immediately encouraged to loot our faces off. I don't know. I suppose we'll find out tomorrow. Sorry. No face for you, Mike Romano. I'm trying to remember the various buttons here. Yep, that's sneaking. That's cool. That's throwing. Ah! That's camera mode, which I didn't even want to do. Oh yeah, I know I'm going to get hassles for this, and I really don't care. Negative for lack of music. We'll see how bad that gets. Sometimes it works well. Sometimes there's some really good soundscape that helps. Sometimes there is not. I mean, I don't actually know if there's bloom or not. But I'll tell you what there is. A hell of a shading engine. I'm sure most of you have seen the thing where they just get rid of the shading engine. And the game looks weird the moment you do that. But let's follow the intended path. Well, much stranger. It's rather unusual to find another soul in these parts. Whew. Bye! Me? I'll spare you my life story. I'm an old fool who's lived here alone for quite some time now. What brings you to a bright-eyed young man to a place like this? Why? Answering a question with a question, that's fair enough. As I cannot imagine our meeting to be a simple coincidence, I shall tell you. Also notice there's a stick. Well, actually, I believe it's a torch in this shot, which they do because they're trying to draw your attention to it. Remember, they have control over the camera. So they're trying to draw your attention to two specific things here, actually. The building and ruins in the background, and that freaking torch. And I suppose you could also add the fire on top of that, but I mean, duh, right? Once again, even if you can't understand a single line of dialogue in the game, you can pick up on what the game's doing because they're showcasing what you need to do and how you need to do it. Very core Nintendo. Very Nintendo design there. This is the Great Plateau. According to legend, this is the birthplace of the entire kingdom of Hyrule. Panning shot. In case you missed the building, the last two times they drew your attention to it. That temple there long ago was the site of many sacred ceremonies. Ever since the decline of the kingdom 100 years ago, it sat abandoned in a state of decay. Yet another forgotten entity, a mere ghost of its former self. Get it? I shall be here for some time. Please let me know if I can be of service. Nah, I'm good. But you know, this torch. This torch. Yeah. Help yourself to that torch there, and how may I ask you plan to use it? To set things on fire. Rather unnerving. Please be cautious around that with any dry grass. You know, there are plenty of monsters in the area. A torch would be a good weapon if need be. However, do not swing around without purpose. You must face your opponents and lock sights on them. To use the locking mechanism. Ooh, a baked apple. I beg your pardon? I do believe that's my baked apple. You can't just go taking whatever you please. Ah, forgive me. I couldn't resist pulling your leg. Please help yourself. An apple and an open flame make for a succulent treat. And, of course, the next thing we encounter is a freaking axe. A slow, inefficient weapon. But a weapon that's really good at doing one specific thing. So, it's literally a lumberjack axe. It's implanted in a tree trunk. It's next to a knockdown tree trunk, and it's right next to a bunch of sticks. So, once again, even if you don't understand what it just said and called it a lumberjack axe, we look at this and we think, huh, so... And thus, crafting is tutorialized to us. Or more accurately, getting resources for crafting. And we're like, what, 100 footsteps from the entrance of the game? Lots of visual instruction, visual tutorialization as we're going here. But now, interestingly enough, the game... So, the whole game kind of does this. But we're at a point officially where the game has broken open a little bit. We could go wherever the hell we want to right now. If we continue going down the path, we encounter things like this. So that's cool. And then they should use this item. Well, hang on. Let me switch gear here for real quick. And then, like, huh? That doesn't do anything. Oh, what's this do? Ah! Oh. Okay. You know what? I'm gonna knock down this tree. Oh my god! Hang on, hang on. Whoops. Oh no! So, items, when their durability run out, break. I just want you to remember that. We'll discuss the durability problem in full later. I just want you to be cognizant of that right off the bat. You know, fun fact, by the way, nothing... correct me if I'm wrong, but nothing actually tells you the durability of any given item. It's just, you're told when it's low, and that's it. I actually know 2 people personally, I double-checked just last night, who have never beaten this game because of what I call the durability problem. The durability problem, to be very clear, the reason I call it that is durability itself is not actually the issue. It is all the conjoined mechanics related to the durability problem, which all coincide to make the whole situation awful. I have to keep emphasizing that because when this game came out, a lot of people decried the durability, and there was kind of a counter decry, a kind of, oh, you're just stupid and dumb and spoiled. Lots of games have durability, not understanding the full scope of the system. So I had to make it very clear that I'm not talking about this game has durability. That's not the problem. The problem is everything connected to the fact that it has durability. Yeah, there was definitely some pendulum effect when this game came out, and that was problematic. Just gonna do this here really quick. Now, of course, most of us have seen the Nintendo Directs where they showed off all this stuff. But on the off chance you haven't... Yeah, so physics damage exists. So that's cool. And no, when I say that, I mean that. So there's actually a major physics engine. It's a heavily modified version of the Havoc engine. Of all things. But when, unlike, say, I don't know, Skyrim, or any other Bethesda title, when they pulled the Havoc engine for this, or not Sky, I don't know why I said Skyrim, they use their own thing. Unlike, I can't remember the game I was going to list as an example. Is it Sonic that did that? There's a game that used the Havoc engine and then didn't do anything with it. I can't even remember what it was. Whatever. Point being, unlike most games that use the Havoc engine, what they did when they sat down with this engine is they said, okay, let's make this the underpinning of the entire game. And so sure, it has combat, and it has dodging, and it has other cool stuff. In fact, this game actually has my favorite overall combat of the entire franchise, not counting Tears of the Kingdom, which I have not played yet. But they wanted the physics to be integral. They wanted it to be one of the core mechanics of the entire game. So being able to do things like roll a ball down a hill and kill people with the collision damage is something that should be normal, which is part of why they have this thing right here, easily explorable. You notice we're still functionally right on the path that led from the entrance. So there's going to be a bunch of that, and in fact, all of the best shrines will primarily be using physics in order to solve them. One person put it really interestingly. They said, yeah, sure, you could just, combat your way through the game, and the game is designed around that. Or you can physics your way around the game, and the game is designed around that, too. Thank you, Bregman. Here, I thought nobody noticed. Or you can sneak your way around the game. There's actually several ways to play through this game. And you'll notice, sorry, I started talking about this. Even though there's a bit of guidance at the beginning, the game has already kind of opened up in a weird way. We've actually already hit the first of 2 freedom points in this game. Technically 3, let's not get into that. We already have the ability to navigate pretty much the entire plateau. Now, there are a couple asterisks to that because the frozen area will give us issues. But for the most part, we can do whatever the hell we want to. We can go wherever the hell we want to, in whatever order we want to, in whatever method we decide to do so. And that's very, very much by design. The only big asterisk to that, and speedrunners have still been having issues with this for years, no, I absolutely blew up, Alex, is we can't really, or at least we're not intended to be able to leave the Great Plateau. We cannot leave the plateau until we have accomplished our main objectives here, which is why so many speedruns have been designed around beating the plateau as quick as humanly, or I suppose inhumanly possible. Once we beat the plateau, spoilers, we will hit the second freedom point, and arguably the freedom point, as in, no really, you can go wherever and do whatever, or not do whatever. As has been pointed out many, many times, and this was even in the marketing, you can leave the plateau and then beeline for the final dungeon, which of course you can see from here, and just go do the final dungeon now. It was such a common thing that it was one of the first major speedrun categories, was beelining straight for the castle without doing anything else. We'll also have to talk about landmark design. There's a bit of it. So there's 3 major landmarks that you can see for a huge portion of the map. One is that cliff, chasm, canyon thing over there. It's not super relevant to any individual thing. Of course, I don't actually have a map up, but trust me when I say that that chasm thing is kind of indicative of the eastern, southeastern quadrant of the map, and it kind of is a way to check where that is. Cool. The second is the obvious one, Death Mountain. Death Mountain is visible from most parts of the game, even when you're behind another chunk of mountain. So you can see that and navigate towards that. And there's your northeast quadrant. Obviously, we've got Hyrule Castle in the middle of this gargantuan valley that we're in the middle of. And we'll see a few more bits of visual navigation further as we get further in that direction. But you get the overall idea. The fact that you can see most of the world map from anywhere is excellent design as usual, and frankly kind of shocking. Remember that this game came out 6-7 years ago. And the fact that it runs this well and shows this much on the Switch says a lot. Looking at you, Pokemon Arceus, which came out after this. Anyways. Now, info in game. There's a whole lot of info in game. Thank you, Spruce. Yeah, this game looks legit. If you've ever played it on Yuzu, but oh yeah, speaking of which, Hitler, fascist, suicide. I think that's everything right now. Anyways, but if you ever played this on higher than this visibility, it looks legit. In fact, if I was to hook this up to my TV, it absolutely continues to look legit. So go figure. But I want to show something off really, really quickly, because I mentioned the info in game, and there is some reasonably good info in game. Because the moment you pick something up, especially when it comes to a crafting ingredient, it tells you pretty much right off the bat what you can use it for. So we're going to switch over to the torch. Sorry. Okay, put that away. So we can't craft. That's weird. Oh, well. I guess I could at least look at those items that I was looking at. Let's see what do we got here. We got some apples. Oh, it says I can hold in the lower right. What if I take an herb and an apple and a mushroom? Now, obviously that doesn't work, but it kind of gets across the idea that you can't cook over an open fire, but cooking exists in the game. So now we've got a question mark in the back of our minds. How do we cook? Now, we can obviously just bake these things by tossing them into a fire, so that's cool and all. But that's it. Keep that in mind for when we get to actual civilization later, which there is in this game, although not as much as I would like, admittedly, because post-apocalypse got a post-apocalypse, yo. My niece, when she was playing this game, the thing she liked to do most by far, and I mean by far, she would just load up the game and then go and she would just experiment with different things she could cook. She actually asked me to fire up my save, because I, of course, had way, way, way more ingredients to cook with. And she would just screw around with it. Just trying to find all the different things you could cook with. Actually, there is, Yura. But let's try to figure out what the game wants us to do. So let's go back to this little path thing. What do we got up here? There's obviously this building. The game keeps pushing us towards this building. Let's go after this building. Best cooking mechanic in any game? Oh, jeez, I don't know. Oh, hey, our club just broke. God, this game. Nice place. Little ruiny. Yeah, no, Zelda, not to spoil too much, but Zelda is over there actively preventing this from getting into, like, Doom Apocalypse or whatever. This is still post-apocalypse. A kingdom has been ruined. The kingdom has tears, you might even say. Oh, we've already run into our inventory cap. That's hilarious. Yes, this is actually Genshin Impact. I've sold out. If you type in the code Genshin Impact is total trash, you can get 15,000 free Genshin bucks the next time you log in. So did you see that butterfly that just flew away? You can actually get bugs in this game. I didn't know that for a while when I was first playing this. I thought they were just cosmetics. They were just part of the background. And then, you know, I happened to get the first one ever, and I was like, oh, wow. Genshin Impact is so... I'm being harsh about Genshin Impact, and that's because they're over-monetized predatory garbage. But the game itself is actually one of the least bad of the various predatory garbage games out there. And I mean that with sincerity, so take that for what it's worth. However, the developers of that game have very flat out said they were absolutely inspired by this game in order to make theirs. They have never been quiet about that. Hey, Crazinverse. I do like the guardians all over the place. Just random guardians. We don't know what they are yet. They're just here. Yeah, we've just got all these things, and they're inert and trashed and covered in moss. It has been a century. Yeah, a bunch of Pharaoh machines here. I don't know what they are, but... I would agree with that, Frieza. Oh, and since a few people have asked, no, the Warriors games are not part of this block. For a few reasons. The biggest one being the Hyrule Warriors games kind of deserve to be over in their own block, which they are. But also, if you type !next into chat, you'll actually see the games we're playing in the exact order that we're playing them in. And yes, for those of you who are more observant and or didn't know this already, because I've been saying this for weeks now, we're going to go immediately from Breath of the Wild to Zelda 1. I look forward to how insanely whiplashy that's going to be. We do not have a Dynasty Warriors block. In fact, we don't have a lot of Dynasty Warrior games on the books at all. In fact, I believe we just have Hyrule Warriors 1 and 2 at the moment. Yeah, Skyward was pushed out to be a part of the 3D block for, honestly, fairly obvious reasons. But, if I have to vocalize that... So... Hey, our first bow. The moment I knew that Zelda 1 was going to be the second game we played was the exact moment at which I knew that the 3D Zeldas would be last. By obvious distinction, because the 2D Zeldas are first. So, Skyward had to be last. Like, that was determined the moment we put Zelda 1 at the beginning of the block. That's a good question, Plutonia. If I was smart enough to answer it, I would. Yeah, let's go ahead and pray. What's up? I pray. That's a good question, Crazinors. And the truth is, I have no idea. It would be very, very easy to give each aspect of the durability problem triple negatives, which would mean 18 if we do that. We'll see. And yes, Skyward Sword is the beginning of the timeline. Oh yeah, I should talk about timelines. So, let's talk about timelines. You know how we talked about how in the Metroid series there is 2 timelines? And those 2 timelines are actually pretty cohesive and do some good stuff with themselves and blah, 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 blah. Right? Metroid 1 to 2 to Super to Other M to Fusion to Dread. And pretty much all of those connect to each other to some extent or another. Cool. Timeline. Logical. Chapter 1, as we talked about. Then we have the Zeldas. And for some reason, Nintendo likes to keep pretending that all of the Zelda franchise exists within a single timeline. And that's sort of nonsense. How many of you remember the Zelda lore run, the capital L lore run that we did? And the reason I bring that up specifically is because I didn't call that the Zelda lore run. I did that on purpose. I called that the Ganondorf trilogy. Because what happens in Zelda is you have individual arcs which connect to each other. And individual games that connect to each other. And that's sort of it. So, Ocarina, Wind Waker, and Twilight Princess, the Ganondorf trilogy, all connect with each other pretty solidly. And Wind Waker and Twilight Princess both are immediate consequences and reactions to Ocarina. Okay, cool, that makes sense. But then you have the rest of them. Zelda 1 and 2 loosely connect. Link's Awakening, LTTP, and the Oracle's games loosely connect. Majora's Mask is completely off in its own thing. Has nothing to do with anything, really. That is what we call an indirect sequel. We have Link Between Worlds, which barely connects with Link to the Past, which is funny when you think about it, but it's true. It barely connects. Yeah, they always claimed that they had a timeline stretched out from the beginning. I don't believe them. Then they had Minish Cap, which was supposed to be the start of the whole franchise, and then wasn't, due to some last-minute changes. We'll talk about that when we get there. Then they had Skyward Sword, which is actually the beginning of the storyline, except it's kind of crap for several reasons. At doing that, I don't mean the game is crap. We'll talk about that when we get there. So we've got, like, Skyward Sword, which sits on its own. Minish Cap, which sits on its own. Four Swords Adventures, which sits on its own. And yes, I know Four Swords Adventures is supposed to connect with Minish Cap, but it super doesn't. Majora's Mask, which sits on its own. You see my overall point, right? So, when Breath of the Wild came out, the fact that so many people, myself included admittedly, were all like, oh, where does it sit in the timeline? It amuses current me, present me. Because it doesn't, is the simplest and most obvious answer. Breath of the Wild is its own thing. Like I said, they have flat out claimed several times that this game does in fact sit within the timeline. I don't believe them. Or if it does so in a way that actually makes no sense. Which wouldn't surprise me, because a lot of how the timeline lines up does not make sense. Oh yeah, that's another thing. You remember when they decided that it was 3 timelines instead of 2? A lot of us remember when that was actually announced for the first time, and it was like, oh, okay, sure. So let's do something really quick here. I want to show something off. So there's a kill plane there. It's a near perfect kill plane. It's a problem for speedrunners for some time. You really, really, really are not supposed to be able to leave the plateau until you've finished the plateau. Yeah, a lot of people repeat the merger of timelines thing as if someone from Nintendo actually said that, but I decided to do my research on that point and found no actual statement by a Nintendo representative that said that this is a merged timeline. That got started by a few articles which said it's totally the merged timeline by people who refused to actually cite any sources on the matter. You know, no interview, no statements, no nothing. Let's get some real pants going on here. Let's eat food here. Yeah, it was said by journalists. You get my overall point. Well, there are references to the previous games here, absolutely. In fact, there's references in this game to both previous timelines, which is eyebrow-raising in its own right. At this point, I'm pretty sure that, yeah, no, either they're rebooting the timelines soft or hard, or they're just references, right? Like, Hyrule Warriors doesn't really fit in the timelines either, or the timeline, I guess. But who cares? I am comfortable saying that Breath of the Wild exists on its own, and I'm fine with that. End statement. Yeah, Easter eggs. Like, what was that? There was a game where it was part of a franchise, and there was another entry in it, and it had an Easter egg to a previous game. And I was like, they're totally connected because of this Easter egg. And I remember this one because the developers actually had to come out in an interview and say, guys, it's just an Easter egg. They're not connected. They're not, no. This isn't Alan Wake. Interesting. Oh. Duh. It was Warcraft and StarCraft. Because there's a Hydralisk in Warcraft 3. Please watch for falling rocks. Hey, Cycloud. My bad. My bad. And yeah, actually, Mass Effect and Dragon Age is another good example of what I'm talking about. We did the thing. Yeah, imagine you decided to... Remember, this is kind of a post-apocalyptic situation. So imagine you're someone who decides to use one of these little areas as like a refuge, a sanctuary, and you build your little house and hut in there, and all of a sudden... Let me just go ahead and say that the use of the digital in a style invoking water, I know that's the dumbest way I could have said that sentence, is something I think is really cool. I love the aesthetic of it. Digital water. Let's just say that. Digital water. And in case you missed it before, there's Hyrule Castle.
You have been asleep for the past 100 years. The beast. When the beast regains its true power, this world will face its end. Now then, you must hurry, Link. Before it's too late.
Can I go, like, gather 900 Korok seeds first? Is that thing something I can do? Yeah, don't... What, pro tip, don't start your game with, oh my god, you're in such a hurry, before you have, like, 100 hours of side questing you could do. Oh, shoot, I'm not sure how to get down from here. I mean, I could take that route, but that's the slow route. That's terrible. Let's try something else. Okay, that was the wrong button. So, now I'm dead. I need to... I'll get used to the controls at some point, I swear. X is jump, and god, that throws me so hard. You have time to go back into stasis for another 100 years. Zelda, you got this, right? Okay, let's see if I can actually make that jump now that I know what button. Oh, that's actually kind of far. Is there a closer one? Not really. X is the top button. It's triangle on a PlayStation controller. Yeah, the top button, the top face button. Nope. Okay, whatever. Is jump, which, yeah, is probably the dumbest possible button choice for jump. Yeah, for some reason they allow us to swap B and X and nothing else. I probably will do that. Although, once again, why don't we have full rebinds? Oh, and the most obvious answer for why you have full rebinds in your game, regardless of the console it is future games, future porting on different systems, and of course, most importantly of all, people who don't know how to go change your bindings in your console, which is a feature a lot of people don't even know exists. That's not even getting to left-handed people. No, grab the wall. Hey, Giga Pudding. I don't mind the health beat leaps so far. Oh, let's munch on some apples. Listen, my ankles, I don't think they technically exist at this point. Yeah, no, I don't want to get too much into it, but let's just say I keep expecting I have the glider right now, which, funnily enough, I do not. No, I like the voice acting in this game, Pika. I think I'm the only one in the face of the planet who does, but I do. My, it seems we have quite the enigma here. This tower and others just like it have erupted across the land. Also makes for a good visual landmark, too, because you can see these from quite a distance. It's almost as though a long dormant power has awoken quite suddenly. If you do not mind me asking, did anything occur? Yes, I heard a voice. Well, now, a voice, you say. Did you happen to recognize this mysterious voice? No. Let's see. Well, that's unfortunate. I seem we caught sight of that atrocity enshrouding the castle. That is Calamity Ganon. 100 years ago, that vile entity brought the kingdom of Hyrule to ruin. It appeared suddenly and destroyed everything in its path. So many innocent lives were lost in its wake. For a century, the very symbol of our kingdom, Hyrule Castle, has managed to contain that evil, but just barely. There it festers, building its strength for the moment it will unleash its blight on the land once again. Until it can show up in the next game for no goddamn reason.
Oh.
I must ask you, courageous one, do you intend to make your way to the castle? Yeah. I had a feeling you'd say that. Here on this isolated plateau, we are surrounded on all sides by steep cliffs with no way down. I can climb that. If you were to jump off, no death could be more certain or more foolish. No, I would never do that. Of course, if you had a paraglider, that'd be another story. Paraglider? Piqued your interest, have I? Yes, I didn't come soaring down here on my own feathery wings, you know. Were it not, I will happily agree to give you my paraglider, but not for nothing. Let's see now. How about I trade it for a bit of treasure? Come, let me show you something. Boom, ba boom, ba boom. Boom, boom, boom. Ba boom, ba boom, ba boom, ba boom, ba boom, ba boom. Oh, okay, we're here.
Oh.
See that structure there? The one shining with strange light? It began glowing the exact moment the towers rose up from the ground. I would think such a place might house some sort of treasure, wouldn't you? Treasure for the paraglider. A fair exchange, I believe. Okay, well there's our next destination. But interestingly enough, once again, they put several things in between us and that. And in fact, the terrain is specifically designed to get you into the mode of swimming, climbing, jumping, and of course, fighting. And all of that is just in between us and the thing. Or you could just go around. You could literally just dodge all of this terrain that's designed to get you into understanding how the controls work and understanding how everything works. And just jump right into it. You know, I want to sympathize IC, I really do. But then I remember every time someone who is an American doing an American accent. I'm kidding. She doesn't bother me, I'm sorry. I have nothing else to add to that. It doesn't bug me. Now, I'm not going to be bucketing her with positives for her voice acting. But I'm not going to give her a negative, which everybody wants me to. Y'all can suck a lemon, because I'm not doing it. That's a good point. Are we water soluble? We can swim. Now, swimming takes up stamina. It is actually funny that a lot of people consider her a boring character, considering she is the main character of this game. Yeah, if we were Arceus, we'd be like, ah, I can't swim. If this was a GTA 1 or 2 or 3 or 3 Vice City. Ah, I was spotted by the dude up top. Ah, well. By the way, notice how quickly the basic weapon falls apart. Just going to continue making that point as we go here. So, in typical Zelda style, we have red rooms. But of course, instead of red rooms, it's more like red camps. Ranged, if I remember correctly, has some weird picture to it, which I'll have to look up in a minute. Because I don't remember exactly how it works. But it's like every time you pull back, it uses durability or something like that. I don't know. It's something weird. But yeah, did you notice there's a cooking pot? So you can pass time at a cooking pot, which is usually not super relevant. You know what is relevant? Cooking. So, let's try that combo again, shall we? Steamed mushrooms. Notice we go from healing a quarter of a heart to 3/4 of a heart to 7 hearts. The reason I bring this up is because this game, more than any other Zelda really expects you to cook. Whoops, I did not mean to do that. Sorry, it's actually 1 heart, my bad. No, it's half a heart. God, I'm stupid. So half a heart to 3/4 to 7. Now let's see what happens if we just do an apple and a mushroom. 5 hearts for a fruit and mushroom mix. Yeah, so, like I said, they really want you to be doing that. I'm not even getting into buff food, which is arguably mandatory for this game. Let's just leave that alone. So, I like the cooking mechanics. Don't do it, Chill Pangolin. Don't do it! Don't donate! The world will detonate if you hit that button. The entire universe will explode if you hit that button. So, assuming you're hitting the donate button down there, I will go ahead and give you a more boring answer. What's going to happen is you're going to be sent to a donation page, which will link through something like PayPal or something similar. And it'll be like, hey, do you want to leave a message? Which, of course, you do want to leave a message, because that's where you leave the message for. You tell me, hey, Laura, you're dumb, you're stupid, I hate you, I hate your dumb face, I hate your voice, I hate your gameplay style, I hate the fact that you refused to aim down the sights for the first VOD of the Republic Commando VOD, like all of it. I hate all of that. And then you have to put it towards something, right? Well, you don't have to, but the idea is that you put it towards something. You show interest in a future stream. You can pick up to 3 things. You don't have to pick 3 things. Everything you don't pick automatically goes towards dealer's choice. And I believe that's kind of it, really. There'll also be a pop-up on stream and an audio cue. Some people don't notice the audio cues, which is fine, because those are there for me. I'm the one who needs those audio cues to know that someone has actually donated and or subbed. Thank you, Evo. I need to shave that. There's also trading you can do. I passively encourage trading to get people more involved in the community in general. So, muddy water, instant death. So how do we get out there? Well, the short answer is we don't. At least not at the moment. But I wanted to show that off first. If you don't think this is slow, you haven't played this game for 80 hours. So you might have heard that one. Oh yeah, so let's see if we can show that off really quick. We can't. Interesting. Can I show that off? Rip. Oh, that's funny. That should allow me to. Hang on a sec. Oh, because I haven't activated it yet. Duh, I'm stupid. I'm stupid. I am well aware of the speedrunning scene for this game, yes. And the insanity they get up to. Weird that there's these big metal boxes outside of this shrine. And a chest? Oh, but it's underwater. Ah, whatever. I wouldn't worry about it. I wouldn't worry about it. There's a chest above water. I like chests above water. It's a ruby. It also says EX for some reason. That's kind of strange. I wouldn't worry too much about that. So another thing this game does rather well. Whoops, I didn't mean to hit that button. Whatever, so we've activated the shrine. So, quick, easy, obvious visual variants there. Yellow, blue. What this means is we have found, but we have not concluded this shrine. You can what? Zoom. You can also tell that here. Blue outline, yellow inside. If it has a blue inside, then it means the shrine has been concluded. Quick, easy, obvious HUD distinction. It also means we have unlocked a fast travel point. I know I'm fast traveling like 2 inches, but point being. Now, of all the things that are controversial about this game, Zelda's voice acting, the durability, the climbing, the one that I hear the most actual arguing about is the fact that this game doesn't have dungeons. It only has micro-dungeons, like the one we're about to showcase here. Now, for the record, I really like the micro-dungeons. So I suppose I have a bit of a biased perspective on that. But having said that, I do admit the absence of the Zelda dungeon, also known as the entire thing that the Zelda franchise is known for, the thing that makes a Zelda game, is certainly an interesting choice. But as I've said many, many times, if you're going to change up your genre, I don't really mind. All I care about is whether to do something good or not. See Metroid Prime and Super Mario RPG for my typical examples of that. There are quite a few shrines. Not as many as there are Korok seeds. I did actually see it, Pancakes. It's just you caught me in the middle of something. See, some people get really, really anxious about the donations. They're like, oh, acknowledge it, and then they just start beating me in the face over and over, and I'm desperately trying to say, no, I saw it, thank you, and I can't say that because I'm being beaten in the face. It's just, it's kind of a catch-22, you know? Favorite activity outside of my job? There's an outside of my job? Thank you very much, Pancakes. I will put that towards Star Trek Resurgence, Lords of Magic. And see, I hate sleeping. If I could just get rid of sleeping, I would do it without hesitation. Star Wars Outlaws. No, I don't get paid for doing the rewrites, so that doesn't count as my job. But having said that, thank you, ISE. Actually, yeah, I've heard the same thing, Jesse's Mask. It's funny, because if I'm not mistaken, LTTP has the most dungeons per Zelda game, if I'm remembering correctly. And while a lot of those are good, like, that doesn't make it good. It's the fact that they're good dungeons that makes it good. But, whatever. How dare you have a cat, Crazy Horse. The dog people will never forgive you. I enjoy doing co-op games in the evening with my friends and family. I enjoy hanging out with said family, especially my nieces. I don't get as much time with that as I'd like, but that's just life. And I enjoy, since I do not get paid money for it, I do enjoy working on the rewrites. So it's nighttime, and if you've played Ocarina, you know what that means. It's time for cursed creatures to come out and about. Oh, and we're already full on items. That's just great. So let's just get rid of this. No. There we go. Twilight Princess? So hang on. Now you got me thinking. So we've got Hyrule Castle, and then the initial 3, and then Hyrule Castle second time. And then we've got 7, so that puts us up to 12. And then Ganon's Tower, so that's 13. So 13 dungeons in LTTP. In Twilight, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. God, I can't remember which one's 4th, actually. What's the 4th dungeon in Twilight? I'd have to look that one up. I can't remember Twilight's dungeons off the top of my head. Look, I've done a lot of randos for LTTP. What do you want from me? Hang on. Let's look this up here. There we go. So, Forest, Mines, Lakebed, Arbiters is actually 4th. Snow Peak, Temple of Time, City in the Sky, Palace of Twilight, Hyrule Castle. So that's 9. If we count the Cave of Ordeals, that puts us up to 10. So, yeah, no. LTTP. What gave me the idea? I don't know. Don't hate me, Evo. Please don't hate me. I mean, I guess you can hate me. It's acceptable. I accept your hatred. I deserve your hatred. For you see, I don't think this game is the second coming of Christ. That's another thing. I got a lot of flack for not listing this as the best game ever made or the best Zelda game ever made. Both of which I agree. Still, I still don't think this is going to be the best Zelda. I'm not even sure this is going to be top 5 territory. I mean, I can beat LTTP in a little over an hour and a half. So I'm going to have to slow mode that one a little bit, just like we did Super. Oh, it's a good game, Evo. I still like this game. Magnesis. This should be fun. But yeah, this game, for example, has 4 dungeons. We'll see how we think of those. That's not what I wanted to do at all. Still not what I wanted to do. That's true, 5. I should count Hyrule Dungeons, so 5 dungeons. My bad. There it is. Oh, right. It's because I have motion controls on. That's why it's being weird. I'm like, why are you fligging so weird? Something being a bad dungeon doesn't stop it from being a dungeon, I see. Having said that, yeah, that is just... There we go. Oh my god, okay, hang on. I don't like the Pro Controller at all. First of all, it causes me physical pain, which is obviously something I'm not a big fan of. But second, and more importantly, I prefer the D-pad of the Joy-Cons, so... Good morning, Luke. I wonder... The same way every controller causes me pain that is not the Joy-Cons. This is, not how I was intending to do this, but, you know, if it works. Little out, little out, little out. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Hey, hey, hey. Very intended strategy. Alright, so. Let's just head over this platform here, shall we? Ta-da! No, wait! No, no. Okay, hang on. So now I'm committed. I could just go through the whole... But no. We gotta do this the hard way now. That's the whole point of the physics engine, is you do it your way. You solve puzzles however you want to. Okay, hang on. New idea, new idea. Let's drop this up here for a sec. Oh my god. How do I, like, reset? We don't. Okay. Maybe I should just turn that off for the time being. Since I'm not even trying to use it. So, where is it? Aim with motion controls. Off. Well, what do you think, Eva? Granted, we're kind of, like, in a weird spot here, but still. Yeah, I know there's a reset button, I just couldn't find it. Whoop, 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 whoop. Up, up, up. Whoa, there. There we go, there we go. A little bit this way. This is just a teaser for what Tears of the Kingdom's going to look like right here. No! My niece played it for a few minutes while I was watching her Gigapudding. And spent the entire time grafting things to other things. Yeah, it's not gonna work. It's not gonna work. Damn. I may have to actually do this the intended strategy. Could you imagine having to use an intended strat in a video game? Yeah, if only I could glue these items together, that would be much better. Oh, ah! No, come on! Come on! I had it! I had it! You know, there is a second slab. So, first and foremost, thank you. Whoa there! Dr. Winter. This is it. This is it. This is the strategy. This is the strat. Oh, God, these controls. Okay, here we go. This is it. This is it. We're gonna make this work. Thank you, Dr. Winter. I'll jot that down in just a moment. Why would you use save rooms in a Super Metroid? That's ridiculous. Just play the game until you die and then start over. Evil Genius 2. Pathfinder, Wrath of the Righteous. Darkest Dungeon 1. Yeah, Zelda's just like, what is he doing? Oh my god. Don't understand. Well, it might take a while for the world to explode. So hang on, so you're adding a game I've never heard of, Chill Pangolin, or at least you're trying to. So let's see if I can find it. I think I'm going to search this in a private window and not get this in my search history. Let's see. Is this an RPG Maker game? No, it doesn't look like one. Just came out 2 years ago. Well, I'm sure you know what the term caveat emptor means, Chill Pangolin. But in the off chance you don't, anytime someone adds a new game to the list that might not get funded, I like to give a little quiet warning of, are you sure? Because that might not get funded. And if it doesn't get funded, then it doesn't get run. Or, to phrase this differently, a game being on the list is not a guarantee of a game being played. If you're okay with that, then I'm okay with that. Whoops. There we go. He was stuck bullcrapping a puzzle. Link just kept saying, bomb jump. Got a bomb jump. Well, in that case, thank you very, very much, Chill Pangolin. I do appreciate your support. And I will almost assuredly say yes to that, but I'll double check. Off camera, obviously, to add Super Lesbian Animal RPG to the list. Okay. I've got to keep being stupid. I've got to keep being stupid. So... Just let me have this stupidity, okay? Just this one bit of stupidity. It's all I ask. That's all I ask. I'll be a lot more boring in future trials, I swear. Listen, I know how this works. I'm only allowed to have fun for the beginning of a stream, then I gotta get on with it. Get bored. They're like, we want our super hyper edited TikTok videos that are 40 seconds long, which we consume like water. That's absolutely why you watch me, right? It's because you're that type of person. What really makes me sad is that type of person exists. And I don't want to be judgmental, but goddamn, how is that entertaining? How is that a thing you can do and find entertainment in that? Just slid right off. Okay. Clearly our arc is wrong. We need a third platform. So what we need... Can we just, like, shove? Shove. Nope, no shoving. Okay. I know people who do that, who just sit there and watch 30-second video. And then another 30-second video, and then it just auto connects to the next one, right? Just next. It's just like this barrage of content. I don't know if that's unhealthy from a mental health perspective. You know, I don't want to sound like an old man here, but that does not strike me as healthy from a mental health perspective. You know. I need a third one. Oh god, channel surfing. I knew people used to do that too. Listen, all I'm saying is I should have been born in Japan, Crazy Horse. Nah, it's not gonna stick. Alright, I'm done, I'm done. I'll stop screwing around. That was weird. That's true. You know how I recently took the first break in work I've ever taken in my entire life? I probably wouldn't have taken that one break if I was in Japan. Hey, buddy. Hey. Hey. What's going on? Huh? What's going on? That's how you do combat in this game. Any questions? I believe those blocks have infinite durability. Like the straight metal stuff, like this. Just straight up infinite. I'm not actually joking about that. I do believe there is an infinite value of durability. I don't actually know, Crazy Horse. So yeah, it's actually pretty easy to bypass the combat of this game. Weirdly enough. Right, I need to, like, flip it. I don't like this. Come on. Come on. Come on. Ah. Nah, D-pad just moves it, like, this way. Is there a rotate button? No, I'm not answering you yet, Evo. It's just... I'm not. I'm deliberately not answering you. But it's not because I'm ignoring you. It's because we're in a dungeon, and I want to answer you when I'm outside. Can you defeat the final boss without combat? No. Yeah, it's just like a swordless run of LTTP Linearth. It's actually only technically swordless. Because, no you cannot, Dr. Winter. Although you can stand on something that's above something you're carrying. Anyways, but yeah, you can't actually complete LTTP swordless. It's impossible. So instead it's more like nearly swordless. More digital water. You've proven to possess... I'm not going to read these out loud. These repeat a lot. I guess I'll read them the first time. You've proven to possess the resolve of a hero. I am Bob, the creator of this trial. Every single one of them has a different name, actually. In fact, they all have slightly different variances in their visual appearance, which you probably would never notice. I'm a humble monk, blessed with the sight of Goddess Hylia, and dedicated to helping those who seek to defeat Ganon. With your arrival, my duty is now fulfilled. In the name of the Goddess Hylia, allow me to bestow this gift upon you. Please accept this spirit orb. Yeah, when you take a break in Japan, you turn into a mummy. May the goddess smile upon you. I'm...
Oh!
Seems you managed to get your hands on a spirit orb. Well done. Clairvoyance, or maybe just something similar. As one gets older, it can become more difficult to see what's right before one's own eyes. However, that which was once hidden from view can often be crystal clear. But perhaps that is not true for everyone. The appearance of those towers and the awakening of this shrine. It's all connected to that Sheikah slate you carry on your hips there. I like how twice in a row it gives us the option to be like, paraglider, please. It's been quite some time since I've seen that Sheikah slate. Long ago, a highly advanced tribe known as the Sheikah inhabited these lands. The great power of their wisdom saved their kingdom time and time again. But their ancient technology disappeared long ago, or so it is said. It is interesting, however, to think how something like that survived all this time, hidden away in a shrine. These shrines are tucked away in numerous places across this land. On this plateau alone, I believe there are still 3 more. Bring me the treasures from this shrine, and I will give you the paraglider. That wasn't the deal! I suppose I changed my mind. Pray I don't alter it further. Since I'm feeling generous, I'll also teach you a trick. It's always best to survey by looking from a high point. How about you make your way to the top of the tower again? You joking? I'm afraid not, but do not worry, I have another trick to share with you. Take a look at the map.
Oh.
See the blue icons? You should recognize the cave where you woke, the shrine, and the tower. You can travel instantly to those, because fast travel is a thing. Or so I heard quite some time ago. I don't know if it actually works as such. So now it's blue because we've completed it. Speaking of which, notice the camera angle here. Once again, smart camera angle. We can tell immediately that that shrine is blue, meaning we have unlocked it. And we can see in the distance another shrine, which is clearly, even at this distance, visible as orange, indicating we have not done it. So that's cool. But you know what? Hang on. That's dumb. That's dumb. We're not doing any of that dumb stuff. We got more important stuff to do. Give me that chest! Give me that chest! Give me my chest! Sorry. A very small, minor quality of life feature. You can open a chest from any angle and from any side, which is good, because stuff like that can happen. Now, if that doesn't sound like a quality of life feature, I want you to picture this. I want you to picture I bring this chest up here, right? And I'm like, hey, let's pull this up. Yep. And then we just let it go. And it lands like that. And now we have to go here and do this and try to get it righted just to be able to open it. And I want you to imagine how much of a hassle that would be. That didn't take me too long. But imagine doing that extra little aggravation every single time you open a chest the entire game. No, we can just do whatever. So that's cool. Also, speaking of quality of life features, anything you can magnesis is very clearly indicated because it's bright freaking magenta. So, long. Let's just take this over here. I guess we should go this way. Yes, we've started playing as Magneto. Magnesis, you'd think this is the most broken ability in the game, right? No. I'll just tell you right now, the most broken ability in this game is Stasis. Upgraded stasis. So I don't know what to tell you to convince him to replay one of the best games ever made, but Necro is extremely well designed and very fun. speaking from personal experience as well as anecdotal experience. Damn it. I was hoping for mobs, but they're all dead. They're all dead! Oh, well, it's only one thing to do. Aw, it didn't break the tree. Oh, well. Oh, God, drop it on our own head. Hang on, let's save really quick before we do that. Yeah, let me just attach the rock to my spear. Now we have brain damage. Whoa. So now that we're here, Evo, and you can actually see some of the visuals of the actual game, what do you think? How did you get up here, old man? Stop ghosting me, God. It's a shame because there's actually several biomes. Obviously, there's the typical grass green, which is most of Central Hyrule. But up there, we've got frozen, we've got rocky crags, we've got a desert in that direction, and of course, we've got like the I don't know what to call it, the mesas over there, and a coast. The lava, gotta have the lava area. Yeah, it's got a little bit of a thing going on. Of course, the sun just set, so that's part of the problem. You know, that's a good point, Crazy Norse. It's really took your time. Did you have to travel instantly? No. Now then, I want you to join me up here so you can use this as a vantage point to search for shrines. You know about the scope on your Sheikah slate? Look through it. You can stick a pin anywhere you want to mark with the map.
Oh.
They serve as reference. Just stick a pin. Few tricks I've picked up after many, many years in the wild. You may take my advice or leave it. Oh yeah, another thing. So obviously I just pointed out the tower over there, but there's actually a tower over there as well, which is also orange. You can also see that shrine right there, orange. The orange and the blue are both designed to kind of cut through all of the other aspects of rendering. So you can see orange and blue from quite a distance, far further than you should. For example, we can actually see a shrine out there. Do you see that? Right there, right in front of us. It's really small on the screen, but it's there, and it's visible, because those kind of colors are rendered pretty much at infinite range. Just like that tower over there, which is way the hell... In fact, there's actually a tower. It's really hard to tell, because it is literally 1 pixel wide. But there is an amber tower we can see right there, and right there, which are way on the other end of the universe. In fact, let's see here if I can actually show you. Yeah, that one right there. We can actually see that from here. And just to give you an idea of how far away that is, there's the mark on the pin. Check that out. That's what I mean when I say you can see that render at any distance. So that's cool. And some good color distinction, visual distinction. But for now, as you can see, we can actually see all 3 shrines from here. Duh. Obviously designed as such. Whoops. So we've got that one right there. The one that was over there. And then the one over by here. So let's go ahead and place a pin here. Let's actually get rid of the red one. There we go. Ham. Okay, maybe I did want to go back to having the aim. And the other one was up here somewhere. Just boop. Now, the other important thing about using pins, of which you only get 6, but still, you notice, just look at our mini-map in the lower right. Visible regardless, and the direction it's in. So some really, really good direction guidance and really good minimap design, which reminds me, this is actually a really good, well-designed map. Like a really, really well-designed map. When you zoom all the way in, all those details are there, and they tend to be helpful. And of course, there's filters. We can also see where we've been, which is helpful. under certain circumstance. Why the limit? I don't know why games limit to 6 pins. Dread did this too. Dread only lets you pin so many things. Next March, Giga. You can quote me. I've been wrong once, but I'm not going to be wrong twice. Next March. Yeah, no, this is the opposite of Skyrim's map. It is extraordinarily helpful. And the fact that you can actually pin something from either this view or from the Sheikah slate like I just did is even better. And the mini-map showcasing everything and also, once again, showing you those pins is even better. But there's one other feature, which is kind of a weird one. So let's say I want to note this hopper pond here. So I can just put a stamp here. Now I only have 6 pins, and pins are the things that show up on your mini-map. Stamps, to my knowledge, do not. We'll actually just check that really quick. Yep, no, that's not there. But you can put 100 stamps down. And of course, there's different types of stamps in order to indicate what type of thing you're recognizing. This is actually specifically a treasure chest. So put a treasure chest stamp there. So this is really good. It could be better, which, you know, is true with a lot of things. But this is still really, really good map design. So we'll just jot down a few things here. That's weird, Plutonia. Why is that a thing? That's such a weird design. What's funny is the developers of Elden Ring have said on many occasions that they were specifically inspired by Breath of the Wild in making their game. So maybe they mean that more literally than we think. Anyways, fire. Yeah, okay. It's such a weird, arbitrary thing to do. Anyways, so that's some awesome design. 'Sorry, give me one moment while I think. $108 stamps. That only works if there's 108 people to go recruit, though, Crazy Horse. Giga Pudding, what are you doing? Yeah, it's another thing. They can remember where we've been. In fact, if you're paying attention, that hero's path goes all the way back to when we started the game, right here. So this is our entire playthrough of the last hour and 40 minutes, all showcased right here, which is kind of funny to watch, actually, because we were like, all right, let's go here, and then let's go over here, and let's go over here. And then let's... Okay, now we'll go up here, and we'll go around here for a little bit. Then we'll go over here. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Okay, and then we'll go back to the path. You can tell each moment we were just like... Yeah, anyways. Need to add one there, too, while we're at it. You know what? Hang on. There's actually only one way to tell that. So let's test that. Let's just see. Let's save. And then let's close the game. Let's play Metroid Dread. We're going to play Little Kitty, Big City, if everyone's cool with that. No, I'm joking. Although... It's a good game. I recommend it. My niece and I have been having a lot of fun playing it. Oh, I haven't played this in a few years now. It's a good game, Gigapudding. You can find it on PC as well. I don't know what else, but I know it's on the Switch. I know it's on PC. So I'm a little more kitted out here. Because of course I am. Well, that's a fair point, Crazy Norse. I haven't actually played the game at all. I bought it for her and handed her the controls. So... Oh, wrong button. Oh my god. Look at it. Look at it! Okay, so let's... No, no. Zoom in. Where am I? Where am I? All right, there I am. All right, let's see... Oh my god. Oh my god. So there's our path. That might be the whole game. That's that, or at the very least, since I installed. Well, no, because that goes out to like every shrine. Look at that. Look at that. Hang on. So this is what we did the last time we played this game. Wow, we took a while before we got to the first tower. Look at that. We did the same thing. She shows teleports too. Look at that. Look at that. Then we died. What is this? Yeah, we died again. This is actually cool. Oh, then we died again. A lot of death. A lot of death. Whoa. Oh yeah, I remember the first thing we did was we just dove out and we encountered a guardian and that was death. I actually remember that death. This Oh my god, what are we doing over there? Jesus. Really screwing around now. And Dueling Peaks, that was the thing I mentioned earlier. Hang on, I gotta go back across the bridge. Sure, we could keep track of our death counters if we did this. Yeah, Elden Ring needs this, including the death counter. It needs to keep track of the death counter. It's very important. I don't remember what we did there. I remember that because like we went back to get something. Whatever. There's Hateno? God, I always look at that as hate no. Just say no to hate, everyone. Just say no to hate. Look, it's not my... It's spelled hate no. What do you want from me? Aw, hi, Evo. You missed... Okay, hi. Really screwing around with teleports now. Oh, we're dead on Hate No Beach. And then Hate No Bay. There's a lot of death. All the deaths. All the deaths. I'm trying to figure out where on the timeline we are. Oh, I couldn't finish this game quickly at all. Are you kidding me, Trihexu? Yeah, gotta go out the island, obviously. Back to Kakariko. We went to Kakariko a lot. I mean, it's like the only major town in the game, so that makes sense. Okay, it looks like... Oh my god. Okay, so if you look at the bottom of the screen, I bet you can't even tell. That dark green bar is the recording. The light green bar is where we're at in the recording. We are nowhere. We're not even a tenth of the way through this. So I'm not going to make you watch this whole thing. But it is actually crazy. Like, legitimately crazy that is that far through it. Or rather, nowhere through it. Look at that. Holy crap. We've been playing at triple speed, yes, Late Javal. So, for example, this is normal speed right here. Yeah, this is like an hour of a replay of our previous playthrough. Look, there we are, heading out into the woods. Jesus Christ. All right. Anyways. You've seen how fast we can go, because that's what we were doing. I did answer your question while you were away, Evo. As is my norm. Because I have no sense of timing. So hang on. That's actually... That's just a neat little fun feature. That deserves positive. Yes, I know. Thank you. I have all the DLC. Thank you. And it never will, Gigaput. Alright, so hold on. I just while we're here. So here was our playthrough. There was going through the initial thing, heading out here. Yep. We went down the cliff for a bit. Then we played around there, talked to the old man, screwed around with cutting things, went down the path a little bit. Just roaming a little bit while we talked about some gameplay mechanics, went back up, figured out how fire works, tried to do cooking, couldn't do it. Looted the place as best as we could. Created a dick on accident. Moved over here. Went to the edge, desperately trying to die. Died. Died again. Killed some people. Almost died there. Screwed down a little bit more. Went ahead and did the dungeon. Finally, at some point. There we go. And here we are. I didn't even see it. Jesus Christ, Evo. I can't deal with it today. I can't deal with it. You're fine. You're cool. I didn't see that you said you were leaving. I'm stupid. I'm dumb. And I'm worthless. Do you want me to stop streaming, Evo? Because that's what you're working towards right now. So quit it. Or I swear, I'll jump off this tower right now and add a third death. Are we recording right now? We are recording. Okay, good. Just making sure. Do a flip. I don't remember how to. I don't remember how to do flips. I don't know. It's... There we go. Never mind. Figured it out. Okay, hang on. All right, Evo. This is for you. Oh, wait, hang on. I gotta do this. Yeah, there we go. This is for you, Evo. Like our corpse just kind of stumbled down. Meanwhile, Zelda's just going there. Anyways. I think the game has a few texture issues. As you can see, the closer up you get. I mean, honestly, these textures are... Well, they're GameCube textures, to put it as nicely as possible. In fact, most of the game design leans away from textures in order to try and convey itself. Most of the more interesting and more detailed stuff actually has no textures at all, or very, very little textures. The most obvious example is our self. It instead relies on the shading to convey shape and presentation. So that's cool. Having said that, that's probably my only visual complaint about the game. That and probably an over-excessive bloom. Oh, hey! Is that the dragons? No, never mind. Sorry. Thought I saw one of the dragons out and about. Although... we can see one of the dungeons from here. There it is. That's actually one of the dungeons in the game, right there. Anyways, I think the usage of color is brilliant. I think the game looks very visually appealing. I especially love... I know that nobody cares about this and everybody in the universe disagrees with me on that, and that's fine. I've never had a problem with lush green, right? It's the big thing everyone complained about in Oblivion. Oh, the whole game is lush green. I don't care. I like lush green. And so the lush green is really nice. But of course, there are actually other biomes, like the volcanic area up there. And then we've got like the mesa, broken mountains kind of thing going on over there. Over in that direction, we have the frozen north. In that direction, we have the desert. I believe that's all of them. So, I like the visuals of this game quite a lot. I think it could be better in several respects, but what they're able to do, especially an early Switch, is nothing short of bonkers. Oh, I've heard that a lot, Meat Fist. And yeah, by the way, there's another dungeon. It's kind of hard to tell, but it's right there. You see it moving? And actually, I believe... I don't remember where it is, but I believe we could actually see the other two from here. But I don't remember which direction they're in exactly, so I can't aim for them. One of them should be, like, right up there somewhere. Maybe it literally is behind that cloud. And the water one... I don't remember where the water one is at all. Anyways, dude, I don't know, Meat Fist. Really, I don't know. I have heard that complaint, however, quite a few times. Oh yeah, fast travel. I need to give fast travel positives. At least 3. Because holy crap. Okay, apparently Rudani is behind the mountain, so I can't see that one from here. I think I'm thinking of the beams. Because you can see the beams once they're up from basically anywhere. Speaking of which, visual navigation. A lot of landmark design of this game. Okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to make the pop with my mouth. I'm gross, and I'm worthless. I also think this game does a lot of things. So, we talked about this recently. Let's compare this game to Starfield, shall we? So, Starfield was a game that was trying desperately to look good by virtue of being as high detail and realistic and super amazingly total realistic as it possibly could. And credit where credit is due, the doodad design and a lot of the specifics of the layouts of certain areas was extremely well done in Starfield. But virtually every area in Starfield didn't look good. And it took me the better part of, God, like 3 or 4 days of going through the game to really process exactly why Starfield looked bad. And there's something that a friend of mine, whose name is Evo, who's in chat right now, has been talking about a lot lately. She, for those of you not aware, is actually a professionally trained artist. She's gone to college for it. And she's a damn good artist. The reason I bring that up is because she, more than most people I know, has the ability and right to look at a situation and say, an artist looked at this and designed it. I talk a lot about how some games have design and some games don't. Because there's a difference between bad design and absence of design, right? Starfield, weirdly enough, did not really have bad design in terms of its visuals. It had absence of design. Nobody was actually thinking about what should be where, when, and how. Instead, it was just stuff being placed on the map that looks pretty, assuming that it would actually design something just by default. And I bring that up because a lot of games which have functionally less fidelity, less graphics quality than Starfield look substantially better. The go-to example I like to use for this is cities. You can't, generally speaking, you can't really make a full city in a video game unless that's your game, like that's your whole map. And even then, that city isn't really going to be all that large compared to, say, a real-life city. It's just not feasible. If you actually sit and think about how large a city is in real life, you understand what I mean. It's colossal. It takes several hours in a car to traverse, right? By contrast, obviously... What are you doing, game? Cool. I'm going to be anywhere but here right now. Notice they give us a wall to get behind right next to this event, by the way. Anyways. Beanbots. I'm trying to talk here! So, what good video game designers will do, what good video games will do, is they will imply a city. Through density, through layout, through complexity, there is an implication of a city, and it feels like a city, even though it's actually super not, right? World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy XIV, Oblivion. All of these are examples of games that don't really have big cities when you sit down and you think about it. Yeah, like literally, the biggest city in WoW is not even the size of my particular housing district. I could fit the entirety of Suramar in between here and the next major road. Yeah, Diablo 3 did this as well. Blizzard is actually pretty good at this. Or at least was. And yeah, Night City, several people brought up Night City, but the thing is, Night City does a good job of this, but it's still very, very small when you think about it. It's like one district of a city. Now, none of that's complaining. The whole point I'm trying to get across is that those games, by virtue of what they did, still made it look much better because there was design that was put into it. There was thought and effort and care. Which brings me to this game, and Starfield. See, Starfield looks like total crap. The reason Starfield looks like total crap is because nobody designed it. I could point out little details like what I just did if you're paying attention. You notice how we have no shading on us as we go into the shade? That's because the terrain shader doesn't even interact with us. So while we have shadows, as you can see here, you know, we've got a source of light over there. That source of light does not interact with the overall terrain light in any real meaningful fashion. It's just a light little thing. That's fine. I don't care about that. What I care about is the fact that the game looks good because someone sat down and said, okay, how do we make this look good? And they thought, and they put effort, and they put design, and they got an actual freaking artist, or 5 or 10, and said, make this look like a place. And so we get implications. We've got this plateau and its ruins, and what used to be probably something that was underground at one point in time. And we could tell that immediately, instantly, just from looking at it. And the best part is, in this case in particular, a lot of this terrain design also directly informs gameplay. Because all these walls are really, really good for dodging that stuff. A shirt with the Nintendo Switch logo on it. Sure, I'm a consumer whore. So no, let's not skip this cutscene. We'll skip this cutscene every other time, but this is what happens when you unlock a shrine. Which brings me to Dr. Winter's question. No amiibos. All my amiibos are in storage right now. What are the requirements? Kidding, Jordan. What are the requirements for good fast travel design? So first and foremost, let's get a quick, clear thing out of the way here. Waypoint design and fast travel are two different things. It's actually really easy to tell the difference between the two. Waypoint is you have to walk up to the waypoint and interact with it in order to go to another waypoint. That's easy to explain because Morrowind does that. But Diablo is another example of a game that has waypoint design. You can't just warp anywhere. Well, you can, but let's ignore that for a second. Diablo 2 is a game with a good waypoint design. You have to go to a waypoint and then activate another waypoint. Witcher 3 does this as well. That's waypoint design. That can be well designed or poorly designed. That's separate. Fast travel is being able to pop open the map from basically wherever and say, I want to go here, and then hitting that button and then going there. And I'm not going to do that, but you get the overall idea. That's fast travel. And that's the main distinction between the two. So what makes good fast travel? The most obvious thing is it needs to be quick and efficient to use, and there needs to be thought put into where the fast travel points are. Generally speaking, you also want there to be thought that goes into how you unlock those fast travel points. The most obvious being, you go to it, you get it. Although there are some exceptions to that. For example, some specific games will do a thing like, hey, I need you to go to this one specific point, but it's way over there and we've never been there before, and there's no other way to physically reach there because you're not supposed to be able to reach that part of the game yet. So I'm going to give you this special stone that unlocks that fast travel point, and now you can warp over to the new stone. Stuff like that. So that's how you do that kind of thing. So yeah, logic to the unlocking system and design to the unlocking system, and the placement and the quickness and ease of use. But there is another thing which isn't often talked about. And that is Noctis heading to work. Have a good day at work. The other thing is not leaning too heavily on it. And this is where Starfield comes in. Yes, that's right. It's the gift that keeps on giving. Because Starfield, you'd think, oh, well, that has great fast travel, right? No. For basically every reason. First of all, it's irritating to use. Second of all, it's the way you unlock fast travel in Starfield is that you don't. You just have it all unlocked at the start. I know that you're thinking, well, no, you don't, and that's technically true, but you can fast travel to pretty much anywhere right at the start of the game. It's awful. So it completely discourages any form of actual exploration to actually go to a specific spot. But then the second, so that's two things, and yes, I know you work as an artist, but in fairness, Yura, you're too awesome for me to talk about, so I can't talk about that. The third thing is Starfield. I'm losing my train of thought. Starfield is inconsistent with how its entire fast travel uses. So remember I just mentioned the quality of life of using? So here, check this out. In this game, in order to fast travel, I pop the menu, I move over to the spot I want to fast travel, I hit A, and I'm done. That's it, and that's all. I can also do this. Find a spot I want to go. Notice, by the way, we brought this. I can't believe I have to bring this up, but we have now seen a game that screws this up, so I have to actually bring this up. Remember the Ultimate Admiral Dreadnoughts review? No, you don't. You didn't watch it. Nobody watched that review. But go watch that review sometime because, goddamn, that game sucks. So, in that game, the speed at which the cursor moved on the map was static. What that means is that no matter what your zoom level was, the speed of the cursor was always the same. And if you don't understand why that's a problem, then I got nothing. You'll notice here, that is not true. The further out you're zoomed, the quicker it moves around. See? Yeah, the map in that game was terrible. I can't believe I have to talk about something that's such a basic aspect of interface design, but here we are. Oh yeah, the map didn't wrap. It was a map of the Earth. And you could go all the way west to like the middle of the Pacific and then stop. And if you wanted to go just a little bit more west, you had to go all the way over to the right side of the map because the map didn't wrap in interface, but it does map in obvious logic because of course it does. It's the freaking planet Earth. Getting off topic. So in Starfield, the actual physical interaction of fast traveling sucked. It's hard to even explain how badly it sucked because it's so inconsistent. If you watched the Starfield run, you know what I mean. If you've played Starfield, you know what I mean. sometimes you could just hit, I want to go to the spot, and it would go there. Sometimes you'd have to pull up the map, and sometimes you could click a thing, and sometimes it would go there. But there was a lot of sometimes in that sentence. Here, go to. Yes. Done. That's it. But the final thing, this is the big one. Oblivion. I know this is a good game example, but let me use Oblivion as the example. Oblivion is a game which has, in my opinion, an excellent fast travel system. But one of the important things that Oblivion did was it made the fast travel optional. You can, and indeed are encouraged, to roam and explore and just do stuff in Oblivion. There's quests, there's little side dungeons, there's little visual details, there's extra little tidbits that aren't even quests that you can do. There's bandit interactions. There's all kinds of little stuff. I don't want to overpraise, but there's stuff to do from just going out on the road or going off the beaten path into the woods. And that wasn't in Starfield. There was no reason to just roam into the wilds. You could land on any random planet, pick a direction, and go, and there's nothing there. There is nothing there. And that's the final thing that makes fast travel good, is when it is optional. If you have built your game around fast travel, then you have better designed the rest of your game brilliantly to then accommodate that absence of fast travel. But anyways. Oblivion's level scaling was terrible. In fact, it's the worst level scaling I've ever seen. Skyrim will not get that positive. No. Remember, quality of use, ease of use is one of those. Do you remember how terrible Skyrim's map is, right? However, Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas will get those 3 positives, yes. I should mention there's another asterisk there. Sometimes a specific game or a specific type of game is designed around fast travel. In that case, sure, that's fine. That's fine. Nothing. Skyrim's map is perfect and super amazing. Please don't watch the Skyrim review if you think that map is good. Please. In fact, just stop watching my stream immediately. Just kill me and get it over with. I want to die. I want to die. All right. Now that I'm dead. What's funny is I've never reviewed Skyrim like this. There's not even technically there. I've streamed Skyrim twice, but never reviewed it. God, anyone remember that brief attempt at bomb percent? Not by me, just in general. Hi, Evo. You missed me ranting about Skyrim and, oh, sorry, not Skyrim. Wrong game. You missed me ranting about Starfield and fast travel design. No. Bomb percent. There's my inventory's full. God damn inventory. You know what? Let's just. Man, I don't have an opinion about art. See, I'm not professionally trained like you're a. It's So obviously I don't have Skyrim installed to show you right now, Ghost Rider. So here's the simplest and easiest way to explain why Skyrim's map is, and I want to say this without hyperbole, the second worst map I've ever seen in gaming. That's not a joke. The only reason it's the second worst is because Starfield exists now. Thanks for that, Starfield. So Skyrim's map is this big, pretty overview of the map. It's great, right? Visually, we might even give it a positive for story. But then you look down at it and you try to interact with it, and just navigating it. Before we do anything else, we have to talk about how just navigating the map and moving the map around is irritating. Also, personal preference thing, the map is at this angle instead of this angle, top down. It's at this weird diagonal thing, which usually isn't an issue, but on certain specific areas can get even more frustrating because, terrain exists. Then, well, it's funny, Evo, because Oblivion is a really, really good map. Anyways, then there's interacting with stuff. Now, that might be something that has to do with the controls, because Lord knows Skyrim's controls are Skyrim's controls. But just interacting with the icons on the map is a huge frustration. And then there's the fact that everything is the same goddamn color. You remember that, right? I remember that because one of the most mandatory mods I personally consider Skyrim to have is the one that adds color distinction to the icons on the map to make sure that, like the cairns are a specific color, and then like towns are a different color, right? Like, you know what I'm talking about. So each type of thing has its own color, but no, instead it's all just blue or gray or whatever the hell it is. There's no filters, there's no search. It's irritating to interact with, it doesn't look good, and it's at a bad angle. It is quite literally the second worst gaming map I've ever seen from a gameplay perspective, and I gotta keep saying that, because it looks pretty as hell. The reason I hold Oblivion's map so high up is because Oblivion's map is a really good gameplay map, and it looks stylized. It's got that wonderful, the drawn... I don't know. Yura, help me out. You're a trained artist. What do you call that style of art in Oblivion? Oh yeah, also the map is way too bright, and because it does this cloud cover thing, which is really, really frustrating. Cartography, that's a good way. Traditionally drawn. I'm not picking on Yura. Yura's awesome. If I was picking on Yura, though, it would be because Yura's awesome. You can only pick on awesome people. I'm barely joking about that, because if someone's a dick, then you can't pick on them, because they'll be like, eh. But if they're cool, then you can pick on them, because they're cool. How do I... No, Yura, no! How do I... Oh, God, I don't remember how to switch. There we go. There we go. I'll be over here. I do like ESO's map. We'll actually have to talk about that again. Oh, yeah. Thank you for reminding me, Frieza. Oh, that's going to be a godsend. Okay, Melkor Blade. God, what do I make fun of on Melkor Blade? We only pick on awesome people. ESO's map is pretty cool. I like ESO's map. We'll have to talk about that again when it comes to World of Warcraft. Because World of Warcraft actually has a lot of map design, but no surprise, it's a Blizzard game. God of War... Oh, so that's a good example of a terrible map. God of War 5 and 4 both have terrible map design. Honestly, like, embarrassingly bad map design. I'm just, what the crap were they thinking? And I'm so relieved, as weird as that sounds, that someone agrees with me on that, because for the longest time I just thought there was something wrong with me. Until I saw in the comments section, actually, of the recent VOD when we were playing through God of War Ragnarok, and someone was like, oh, thank you for pointing out the thing about the maps. Those maps just, like, it's fine until you need to navigate to get optional stuff or go try to access a certain thing, and it's like, hey, oh, I need to find where that is. Now, I thought of something, Ghost Rider. I imagine Skyrim's map, and this is presumption, I don't actually know, but I imagine Skyrim's map is a lot more enjoyable if you're playing on a controller. I should mention, I have never really played Skyrim on a controller. I tried once, very, very briefly, back when the game first came out, and then I went back, and I've never played Skyrim in anything other than mouse and keyboard. So I don't know if that would change the equation any, with regards to the map. Because one of the things I remember most is just navigating the map with the mouse and how irritating that was, to me, personally. Now consider Gothic, which I haven't played Gothic. I'm stupid. Or, as we like to call it here in the States, non-European. I was legitimately hyped for Skyrim. And I can even explain why. It's so easy to explain why. See, I watched the trailer for Skyrim. You know the one that came out a year before. 11, 11, 11, that one. That trailer was good. And if you know me and you know how much venom I spit at trailer design, and have done so probably too much, that was a good freaking trailer. That got me absolutely pumped for that game. When Skyrim finally came out, I was all over that night of. And we were betrayed. Skyrim's not that bad of a game. Skyrim's not that bad of a game. Before we move further, Bloom! I do want to talk about one thing which is actually really cool here. You're probably wondering, why is there that ball that's being knocked back and forth by the things? So this is more physics tutorialization here. But what's really awesome about this is that that is just there to teach you that that exists. It's there so that when you decide to step on the platform, which I did immediately because I've played this game before, it tells you you can launch yourself. You can also launch other things too. So once again, no text pop-up, no pausing the game, no narrator saying, "Did you know that if you have an object and you put it on a launcher, it can be launched into the air at an angle relative to the physics therewith? Try it yourself." There's just these two platforms launching this poor ball back and forth over and over. And the only point about that is to tutorialize that particular concept, because a lot of shrines will use that, including this one. This one just used it for an optional chest, but still. And of course, then we have this one, the actual method by which you're supposed to progress the game. I apologize for talking about the game I'm actually playing for a second, but these are very, very much tutorial trials. These are here to introduce concepts. You have been authorized to use physics. Yeah, blah, 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 blah. They all say the same damn things. Let's go, let's go. Skip. There's a skip button, by the way. Did you know? If you hit the skip button, the buttons may be skipped. But yeah, I don't think Skyrim will score that badly. I actually don't. That being said, I've been wrong before. We'll see. We'll see. I am of the games in the BRPG block, Skyrim is the one I'm most curious about, because I'm pretty sure how Fallout 3 will score quite well, and I'm pretty sure New Vegas will score quite well. I'm pretty sure Morrowind will score quite badly, and that just leaves Skyrim, and that's the question mark. I don't know how Skyrim's going to score. So once again, and I hate to just keep hammering this point in, the whole plateau is so brilliantly designed to be this massive tutorial encounter, and I love it. Because we're literally facing a cracked wall. One of the things that Nintendo has consistently done, and I will continue to praise them for this, is they design a lot of their games around the idea that you've never played the franchise before. Mario Wonder did this as well, if you remember. So even though we've played Zelda before, we know what a cracked wall means. We've got a bomb. We've got it. But what if you've never played a Zelda game before? What if you've never played a video game before? And that's how they design it. That's how they design their games. Is, here you go. We're assuming this is your first game. And they do it in a way that somehow manages to not be insulting, which is harder to do than it sounds. Get some ancient screws while I'm here. Just gonna nope out of here. Don't mind me. I don't think I've ever noticed that before. We're in aggro with something and it's showing up on our minimap. Is that new? Or am I just an idiot? You see that? It even shows the guy who's targeting me. See the red circle right there? Oh, I'm an idiot. Anyways. I've never noticed that before. Did you know that the W, A, S, and D keys can move you? Please hit the W, A, S, and D keys to move. I admit I do glancing a lot, Frieza. It's one of the reasons I value so much at-a-glance design. Is I like stuff that I can just floop and just flick my eye over at the spot and see what I need to see at a very quick and efficient thing. Would I play this game with mouse and keyboard? Yeah, absolutely. Like, this feels like a game built for mouse and keyboard, if I can be blunt for a second. Pretty much for the exact same reason Horizon Zero Dawn was. Oh, God, I think that was Dawn of War Loner. I think you're right. Also, fun fact. A lot of people, when this game came out... this is the Switch. So, a lot of people when this game came out were like, oh, man, it's a big duel between, you know, Breath of the Wild and Horizon Zero Dawn. Yeah, no, that wasn't a fight. that was not... No. It is actually a damn shame, because I do like Horizon Zero Dawn for what it is, and I encourage people to play it. But there was never any contest there. That fight was settled the moment they decided when those release dates were coming out. Get some apples while we're here. Apples are good. Yeah, then they did Forbidden West with Elden Ring, and at that point it just got fun. I even talked about that on camera. I'm like, are you guys doing this on purpose? This is getting suspicious. Increases movement speed. Oh yeah, and in case you missed what it says there, it actually says the exact same tooltip right there. Speaking of which, info in game. I mean, that's fine, IOC. There's no judgment for preference. My point is, if you are directly going to try and go head-to-head with a mainline Nintendo game, what happens to your sales figures is on you at that point. You know? Stamellas. Well, something that happens a lot in the movie industry is the concept of sacrificing a movie. Because you have to release movies in order to blah, 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 blah. And Lord knows the concept of quarterly return does still obviously exist within video games. Relevance? It's entirely possible that some games just kind of have to be kicked out this quarter, and we know that happens. In fact, Warcraft Reforged is a perfect example of a game that was just kicked out in order to be the game we released this quarter. So, it's entirely possible that they were just like, here. Sup? Yes, it's from Hate No. This is my Hate No shirt. Debating if I want to get the honey. I do want honey. I like honey. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Stamina recovery. Yeah, remaster. I'm really in favor of good remasters, and I pretty much always have been. So it's really frustrating when remasters are used as cheap fodder to fill holes in release schedules. It's why I think that's why so many people hate remasters. It's not that they hate remasters. It's that we've had so many crap ones. Hello? Anyone here? I'll just take these peppers. Oh, it's a diary. On this desolate plateau, the only pleasure that brings me comfort is cooking. And today I outdid myself. Truly, I created the perfect dish. I call it spicy meat and seafood fry. This recipe not only restores health, but keeps me warm, even when traveling the snowy mountains. With this at my side, I no longer need that itchy, warm doublet. I don't know how I've allowed this to happen, but it seems I forgot to write down a very important recipe. I know it contained raw meat and spicy pepper. However, I cannot remember what else I used. My age is catching up to me. Sadly, on this lonely plateau, I have only my knowledge and memory to rely on. Still, if I did find someone who knew the missing ingredient, I would happily reward them my warm doublet. It seems unlikely such a miraculous wish will ever be fulfilled. Alright, well. We've got spicy stuff. Just rob him of all his food here. Oh, hi, old man. I wasn't robbing you. You were robbing you. Shut up. Okay. I'm not a fan of durability mechanics in general, Wenlock. But generally speaking, most games aren't going to get a negative for durability. Because it's just whatever, right? Now, this game, not the same situation. For those of you who are wondering, the current theoretical total of negatives we're going to give for this game is 18 for the durability problem. Now, that's not set in stone yet, but that's what we're thinking at the moment. Oh, that's a chasm. Jesus. The photo index. I don't even remember what that is. Remind me what the photo index is. What is set in stone? The fact that we're giving negatives to the durability problem. And that's kind of it at the moment. Yeah, we were going to set it in stone, but then the stone broke for some reason. After I only hit someone over the head 3 times with it. It was weird. I agree with that ISC, but I'm trying to debate what to put that under. I suppose that's an aspect of interface. I mean, we all do, Pika. It was trash and awful what happened. And it's going to keep happening. And it's going to keep getting worse. So, that's cool. Yeah, I can't think of any game with a worse durability system than this, overall. I'm sure there is one. I can't think of one. If there's one thing this game that reviewing games over the past 10 years has taught me, it's it always go down. I don't remember the one in Dark Souls 2. Let me rephrase that. I don't remember it in specifics. I remember it being really irritating. Well, it's only midnight, Evo. Here, I'll tell you what. I'll try to advance time as soon as I wipe out all these poor innocent bokoblins. I mean, I'll be shocked if Dark Souls 2 has a worse durability system overall than this one. Oblivion had durability, but it didn't have the durability problem. Remember, the durability problem refers to all the conjoining mechanics that all combine with durability to make it terrible. Not just durability itself. A lot of games have durability, and it's usually just there to be some kind of resource or time tax. Because, yeah, Oblivion had either spend money on it or raise the armor smithing skill. Similarly, Fallout 3, it primarily serves as a resource tax on your caps. Or a way to mulch through inventory. We'll talk about that when we get to Fallout 3. Game? Game! I couldn't stop sneaking. But they're dead, so cool. Hi, Baron. Again. Oh, man. I would kill for burgers right now. I would murder. So many bokoblins for burgers. Fire Emblem games are actually an excellent example of how durability is not inherently bad, and it can, in fact, actually be a good thing. And my personal favorite example of that is Dying Light 1. Dying Light 1 actually has a whole durability mechanism around durability, and it's kind of awesome. Me and my friends have actually beaten Dying Light 1. Oh, okay. I tried. Only one thing to do. Quickly, quickly. No, don't put out the fire. God dang it. Hang on. There we go. Don't mind me, Mr. Bees. I'm sorry, Mr. Bees. I'm sorry. Die! Die in a fire! Die, bees! Bomb arrows. Nice. Now, pause. Alt-tab. Pull up the question queue. Go to the bottom of the question queue. Ah, the flat lighting. So, yeah, there's technically durability in Diablo 3, and I stressed that word for a minute. Oh, it won't, ISC. I'm telling you, Prime 4. Prime 4 is going to be a launch title for the Switch 2. Guaranteed. I look forward to being wrong about that. We could rest till morning, that's true. Let's get some sunlight in here. Oh god, Melkor Blade. Yeah, Disco Elysium is a game that I don't recommend for anybody with any kind of mental health issues. Of any kind. Okay, so that's a little bit too bloomy. God dang, look at this nonsense. And yeah, of course it's cloudy now. Whatever. Anyways. I don't know, Evo. I don't think I'm smart enough to give a real opinion on this. I think it is a choice that adds to the style of things. Like, Link himself is probably the example of that. Right? Like, you can really see... They decided to use... I said this already. They decided to use shading instead of textures in order to emphasize and indicate, to give depth and 3D. Again, look up Breath of the Wild without shadows, and it just looks insane, right? But I'm not sure if I would say I personally like it so much as I am ambivalent to it. Like, it looks fine. I have no issues with it. Where the hell? Oh, it's right over here. I am going the right way. Yay. Now, as much as I love Twilight Princess, and I do, I would actually say my favorite visual-looking... Someone asked this earlier. My favorite visual Zelda game is probably Four Swords Adventures. But after that, it's probably Wind Waker. Even though I think Wind Waker is not going to score nearly as well as I think people think it will. There they are. Get our stamina back really quick. Come here, delicious fish. Come to me, my delicious fish. I require your sustenance. Give me your fish. Give me your fish! Damn it. Oh, now I'm gonna die. All you have to do is type !Q and then space and then your question. I should mention, nowadays I don't actually use the Q as much as I used to, because I've trained myself to notice that someone hits !Q and is asking a question. Having said that, if I do miss a question, like Evo's earlier, I can just pull up the queue and check it. So that's why it's there. It's been a good decision. I'm glad we added the question bot. It's time to go fishing. Rah! Listen, it's fine, ISC. It's fine. Everything's fine. I mean, most people in the Zelda community that I've interacted with put Wind Waker at the absolute top of the franchise. To be clear, I do not. I think the uniqueness of the graphics and the improved focus on story is a lot of why people hold it up so high. That's presumption. I don't know if that's true or not. There we go. Having said that, I do think that LTTP is a legitimately good-looking game to this very day. I should know, I've shown that off on camera probably too often. Oh, people hated Wind Waker when it came out. Including me. I will go ahead and put myself in that. I will wear my badge of shame. I was also a person who looked at LTTP and was like, or not LTTP, sorry. Wind Waker and was like, ugh, it looks dumb and stupid. I was wrong. Wind Waker looks awesome. I was a dumb idiot just like everybody else was. I've got egg right here. It's right over here. Alongside the Metroid Prime egg and the Super Mario RPG egg. What's funny is I didn't like Twilight Princess's graphics when I first played it either. Go figure. There's nothing wrong with not liking Metroid Prime. Just like there's nothing wrong with not liking anything. I don't like the Beatles. You know, I don't like Elvis. I like coffee. That doesn't make me a freak, right? Right? And I just lost my entire British thing. Where's the old man? Hey, old man. Where you at? Where you at? Old man? Ugh, the less we talk about the brown era of gaming, the better. Honestly. What's really funny is Wind Waker was one of the first to do that kind of cel-shading super stylized thing. And then like a dozen areas. And then like a dozen games jumped on that bandwagon. Like, hey! And they all looked like crap. Yeah, right now we're in, I've heard a lot of people call this the magenta era. Hey. Fancy that. What are you doing? Thought this tree might make for some good firewood. However, getting a tree to fall exactly where you want to is an art. The trick is to turn your hips so they face where you want the tree to land. So, I see you found my axe. Why don't you help me? Give it a few swings. Sure, but what I really want to do... Yeah, the magenta era. In other words, nice, big, bright colors. Think about it. Think about games like... of course, I can't think of any examples right now. Hi-Fi Rush. The game we're playing right now. Hades, Hades 2, Cyberpunk. You know, big, colorful Borderlands, you know. Like, it's Ori. No More Heroes. Yeah, it's really, really common that games nowadays are much more colorful. Mario Wonder, perfect example. Just really trying to emphasize color. And most people agree it's pretty much in direct reaction to the brown era. And yeah, I'll take overcolorized over brown any day of the week. I do think it can be done badly, but then again, any art style can be done badly, right? What am I doing? I am saving, first of all, in case I screw this up. Hey. Nope, okay. Oh, there we go. Got you a fish. Why is he not taking the fish? Take the frick... Do I need to finish the... I need to actually make the recipe, don't I? Alright, hang on. Well, I mean, I would agree with that, Lord Harrimont, but I stand by my statement. I would prefer magenta over brown. No, not what I meant to do. I meant to do this. So... God, it was like meat and fish and spice, right? I think that was it. Oh God, do I not have any meat? I don't. I need to go massacre a boar really quick. It's a shame those bokoblins don't drop meat. Anything we can't say it can be done terribly, just point to Starfield. I mean, speaking of... Honestly, Starfield had terrible color distinction. Just absolutely terrible. It was just... I don't know what they were thinking. Purple goo. Okay, I'm gonna eat this squirrel right here. This is gonna be it. This is gonna be my meal. No, come back! Come back! I need to eat you! Damn it. Yeah, but that's cooked meat. I can't cook cooked meat. At least I don't think I can. I need raw meat. I need it raw and wriggling. Damn it, I know I saw a boar around here. Where's this stupid boar? Is it up? You've got to be kidding me, PM Triox. Like, okay. One of my most guiding policies is not to be judgmental. Unless you like Starfield, in which case, what is wrong with you? But the idea of going back to Starfield as like a comfort game, I can't even begin to understand that. Look, you remember when your Patreon wasn't Gigapudding? You know what? You're as right. Starfield respects my intelligence. Okay, real talk. I bash WoW Classic a lot. And I stand by that. Screw that game. But I will still take WoW Classic over Starfield. Like, you know, Like, WoW Classic is at least understandable why people like it, and why people can derive enjoyment from it, despite it being WoW Classic. Starfield? Hey, I got a cricket. Nice. Die in fire. Oh, yeah, you can light people on fire. Did I tell you that? Did I tell you can light people on fire? Because you can light people on fire. No reason. I just thought I'd mention that. Let's see. Well, I'll take some more cooked meat, because why not? Come back, lizard. I wish to consume you too. Yeah, they're called masochists. We have a term for that. I'm sorry. I am mostly joking. For real, if you like Starfield, more power to you. Lord knows the world is awful enough without me trying to take away your enjoyment from something you enjoy. After all, some people like black licorice. And that literally hits my gag reflex. Yes, we don't need to punish them. They punish themselves. A boar! A boar! A boar! What kind of boar? Hang on, let's get a real weapon in case this turns into a fight. No, that's the whole point, Luke. As much as I joke and I joss, if someone walked up to me and said, yeah, I love Starfield. Okay. I would ask why. I'm not going to lie. Because if someone walks up to me and says, I love jamming chips into my eyes, I'm gonna raise an eyebrow. I'm not going to lie to you. There's going to be an eyebrow raising. What are you doing? I haven't. You can't see me. I'm hidden. I am super sneaky. Ooh, there's several boars in the woods. I hope this isn't the King's Wood. I mean, it's not an issue early on the plateau, Fulgrim. But 18 negatives is what we're thinking right now. Enjoy those. They're some of the biggest bundle of negatives we're going to give this game. Yeah, I'm just sneaking around. Oh, hello. You might be meat. Can I eat you? I can eat you. Well, Starfield is already a lamentation. So. But would I call it black licorice? If you have to ask that question, you didn't look at the thumbnail of the lamentation. I think there actually is, Dakota. Hang on. Get up here. Yeah, check it out. It even gets rid of the leaves so I can see what I'm doing. Fortunately, no borers nearby at the moment. Well, do me a favor, just really quick, Loke. Go check out the lamentation and then just look at the thumbnail. That's all I ask. Where did those stupid boars go? Don't worry about it, Lord Harrowmont. The game will never explain how to play Moonkin and Kata. It's like playing a Warlock or a Paladin. They just change it every other expansion. Oh, I would die so fast. That's not even a joke. Black licorice... So let's remove joking from the equation for just a second. Black licorice hits my gag reflex. Just the smell of it hits my gag reflex. It's instantaneous. It's visceral. I can't control it. What I mean by that is if that was the only food I could eat, then I would starve because I would not be able to physically eat it. Like, I would quite literally gag, probably throw up, and now I would actually have less nutrition than I did before I tried to eat it. Actually, yes, I see. Booyaka. Get a meat. Will I 100% this game? That's an excellent question from someone who did not watch the beginning of this stream. So, as it happens, I have a prepared answer for you. Let's check this out. You ready for this? This is cool. This is cool. Check this out. So, here's a map of all the stuff we're going to be doing in this game. Most of the stuff. We're going to do a whole bunch of this stuff. It's going to be very cool. You know what we're not doing in this game? Any questions? Listen, it's not my fault that I stream 10 hours a day. I guess 9 hours a day. Okay, so we got our meat. Let's go cook it. Alright, what's your question, Bleachball? I'm ready. I'm ready. Hit me. Hit me. Why am I not fast traveling? That's a really good question. Did you know I could just do that in this game? I remember when the first person finished getting all 900 seeds and turned it in and shared what the reward was for that. Do you remember that? Because I remember that. For those of you who don't know, I'm just going to spoil this for you. The reward for getting all of them is a literal pile of crap. No. Literally. I'll say that one more time because people misuse the word literally. It is literally a pile of crap. Dung. Poo. And yeah, as Frieza points out, the game makes fun of you for it too. Why did you do all this? Yeah, we will have to decide how many negatives we give the Korok seeds. I'll be honest, we don't really have precedence for that. Nothing we have ever covered has been as egregious as Korok seeds. They are so bad, and there are so many of them, and it's so insulting and so worthless to do. I should mention that I enjoy 100%ing Mario Odyssey. In fact, I look forward to doing that again someday. Korok seeds are on a whole different level. Now, obviously, it is optional, so that's cool. That's cool. That diminishes the amount of negatives we'll give it. Which is what ISE is talking about right now. But all that does is reduce the amount of negatives we give it. Because mandatory. Okay, so meat. And fish. And pepper. Oh god, what else was it? Hang on. It's been a minute. Let me just read the recipe here again. Meat, spice. Okay, so I think that's a... That's a good point, Giga. You're absolutely right. Anything that is not mandatory in a game should not give negatives or positives. All right, so we're going to review Mass Effect 2, in which 80% of the gameplay is not mandatory. Now we're going to review Breath of the Wild, in which 99% of the gameplay is not mandatory. Because all we have to do in Breath of the Wild, remember, is do the plateau and then go to the final boss. We'll review Baldur's Gate 3, in which all we have to do is spend about 5 minutes jumping down to an area and then immediately explode. Now, I'm being a little facetious, but this is pretty much the fundamental reason why optional stuff is not an excuse. This has been true for a while. This has been true even before the Oblivion line. Just because something optional does not mean it doesn't get any negatives, and it doesn't mean it doesn't get any positives. It is part of the game we are reviewing. It is something that is part of the game that we're reviewing. It's there. They put 900 Korok seeds in this game. I didn't do that. I didn't put a gun to their head and say, put 900 Korok seeds in the game or I'll kill you, I swear, Hitler. And then, you know, whatever. But no, they did that. That's on them. They get the negatives for it. And yeah, this gets into so many different categories of things. Because, frankly, most games, overall, the majority of the gameplay is optional. And the argument of, well, this is optional enough that it shouldn't count, turns that into a discussion. Because that means every single game ever now has to be a discussion about what is optional enough to not count. Is it optional enough to not count the Moogle quests in Heavensward, for example? Is it optional enough to not count the Kiflam quest in Grand Theft Auto 5? Is it optional enough to count standing on a wheel for 10 minutes in Super Paper Mario? And I don't think opening the door on that discussion is the correct call. Especially since, once again, it runs right into the main philosophy of, it's in the game. This is a game review. This is not an experience review. This is not a mod review. This is not a, you know, for the times review. We're reviewing the game now. 900 Korok seeds are in this game. Period. Yeah, is it optional enough to not to have to guide a buffalo inch by inch through the hinterlands? Is it optional enough to go do dailies every day and craft for them in order to max out your rep with a specific beast tribe? I keep using FF14 examples because I know Gigapudding gets those. Here's another one for you, Gigapudding. Is it optional enough to have virtually every heart quest in the game suck? Would I say it's necessary for a collectible to be fun to 100%? Yes. If you have not made your collectible fun, rewarding, or ideally both, you have screwed up. You have done bad game design. That sucks. Yeah, if this is doubly aggravating because you have to understand this. For those of you not aware, and I've talked about this a lot, game development is a zero-sum game. What that means is all the time you spend developing A is time you are not spending developing B. You only have X amount of time and budget, and everything you make is something you are not making somewhere else. So if they spend all of their time and effort and energy making Moogle quests, or making the buffalo be dragged across the hinterlands, or making the Korok seeds, or whatever, then they'd better do a good freaking job of it. And they better actually make it interesting and fun, because otherwise, that is quite literally wasted time. Wasted time on their front, wasted time on my front. Now hang on. I'm sorry, what question, Act? Oh, you asked a question. Hang on. Now, Yura's asked twice now. Load. There we go. Yura has asked twice now, what would I change about the Korok seeds? So there's two easy answers for this. We could also do both. Reduce the number. Okay, that's the easy answer. The other answer is the stupid picture. Oh my god, that stupid picture. Reduce the number, and the other answer is to make them better, for lack of a better way to put it. I suppose there's also the third answer. Eject them entirely. Now, if you put a gun to my head and said, pick one of those three answers, I would eject them from the game entirely. Now, hear me out. I know that Korok puzzles can be fun and interesting. That's cool. But again, zero-sum game. Spend some of that extra time and effort that the developers sat down doing all of, hang on, that's the question cube. Sorry. Switch over here. Spend some of the time and effort that this was on anything else. Literally anything else. Maybe spend some more time polishing up some of the shrines or some of the dungeons, or add a couple more side quests, or give the developers a break and let them take the week off. Literally anything else other than that. So, yeah, I would probably axe them 100% given a choice. If I was the manager on that team and someone came to me and said, boss, I got this great idea. 900 seeds. And I'm like, okay, dude. Hey, listen, you're fired. Get out of my office. And then the next person said, wait, he's so right. We should do it 900 seeds. And I'm like, okay, two of you, come here. Listen, you're both fired. Get out of my office. All right, so I saw a sub there. It was Zen. Thank you very, very much, Zen, for the sub. Always appreciate the sub. Much appreciated. Our Riddler trophies. That's another perfect example of this. Riddler trophies. God damn. You know what? I got another one. The repeat quests. Going back to Dragon Age Inquisition. Not the side quests. Those are actually fine for the most part. Except for the ones that suck. No, I mean the repeat quests. The ones which just repeat forever. The procedural generation crap. Speaking of which, Fallout 4. While we're on the topic. Anyways, negative for Korok seeds. I don't know how many. We can debate how many. That's definitely something that needs to be debated. I'm thinking 3 is the floor, but I haven't decided that yet. Because it needs to be debated. There's another settlement. Death to Korok seeds and death to the living. But yeah, I'm gonna sit on that. And we'll debate it. Just like the durability problem, we'll debate that. I'll put some question marks there. I'll put some question marks here. We got question marks everywhere. Question marks. And put that there. Ow. I was about to jot down something else too. I can't even remember what it is now. It doesn't matter. Ect, you asked a question. Since I've made it clear that I'll never do genocide ever, or the billion routes in Undertale, how will that count in the review? That's a very good question. I'm curious why you're asking that question now in the middle of the Korok debate. Your timing is interesting, Act. Are you trying to tell me that Undertale is the Korok seeds? Is that the question here? Yes, Undertale is the Korok seeds. You know what? You know what? I'm just glad we're debating Korok seeds instead of the goddamn durability. All right. Okay, so did I save? It's been a minute. Hang on. It's the great debate of all time. Okay, so spice. Whoop. Wrong button. Spice. Fish. Meat. And this is for Evo. There we go. Cold resistance for 3.5 minutes. Okay, how do I, like, give this to you? How do I complete your quest? Give me your armor. I will kill you. I will kill you. No, ISC. It's literally just cosmetic. I can't hold finished food in my arms. I cooked something. That looks just like my signature perfect dish. Spicy meat and seafood fry. I don't know, Milkerblade. How did you... I suppose that's not important. Carrot, can I trouble you to share the recipe? Yeah, sure. Of course, Hyrule Bass. How could I have forgotten? Well done. Please allow me to reward your culinary efforts with this warm doublet. Cold resistance of 1. Something I don't really tell you early on, I think, is that you can stack cold and heat resistance, and you need to, because certain areas have more cold and heat. But for now, we have 1 cold, which is the main thing we wanted. There's actually several ways to get up top. Sorry, I guess I should talk about the game in a way that doesn't involve Korok poop. But I think a better method for me, Blade Revolt, I'm with you in the concept. I think what would work better for me is pretend with me. Play pretend. You see these 3 trees right here? Imagine these 3 trees are all Korok seeds. Yeah, I know they're close together, but just bear with me for a second. And all 3 of them are hidden. But you grab this one, and this one is tied to the other 2, or maybe 5 or something like that. And so having picked up this one, these other ones are now really obvious. They show up on the map, or they glow, or there's a sound effect, or some combination thereof to indicate, hey, so you pick up one as part of a bundle, and then you can have something to help you find the other bundles. Now, that wouldn't get rid of the fact that it's kind of mind-numbing to get 900 Korok seeds, but, well, let's just say that getting 900 Korok seeds by using this map, when compared manually to this map, is not super great. Anyways, so that would at least mitigate some of the issues, because I think at least one of the problems with Korok seeds is going to be walkthroughitis. We have precedence for that because we just played several Metroid games. I wonder how many Korok seeds we've already missed, because there's quite a few on the plateau. Fun fact. Anyway, so, having now accomplished all that we wanted to down here, I should probably talk a little bit about gameplay, I guess. I guess I'll talk about gameplay. Ugh, they're poop. Blade Javal, they are poop. That's it. That's what they are. They are Korok poop. So, I probably would debate it at that point, Yura. If you're going to remove the dev, if somehow magically the devs have a time thing they can hop into and have infinite time to develop it. What is a Korok? It is a form of a tree spirit. It's actually a rather common thing within the franchise. In this exact game, who knows, because this is its own continuity. But yeah, they're a collectible. That's what they are. I didn't finish this spot. I didn't finish this spot. Time to kill people. Yeah! It's the killing time. But yes, you can upgrade your inventory size several times. 200 times? Or 200 seeds, I think, to upgrade it max. Agreed, ISE, because shrines, I mean, I could see that shrine right there. Now, granted, I finished that shrine, but hang on, let me make my point more clearly. There are 19 seeds on the plateau. Thank you, Shadow Machine. I haven't found a single one yet. And I've been kind of roaming a little bit. It's okay, this is not the first or last time. I don't know why I said that way. This is not the last time that we'll have some eyebrow-raising bullcrap in the Zelda franchise. It's just probably the most egregious. Because the final thing that is the negative about the Korok seeds is just the number. 900. The amount of work needed to make 900 bits of content interesting is insane. In fact, I can only think of one thing ever that has actually pulled that off, and it is a Nintendo game. It's also less than 900, but still a point. I suppose there's Pokemon, but actually Pokemon doesn't get that across either, because I like gathering them all. Yeah, Odyssey is what I'm referencing. I like catching them all in Pokemon with an asterisk. It would be probably more accurate to say I like catching a few in Pokemon. Because there are quite a few Pokemon that are interesting and fun to gather, and you do all sorts of stuff to get them. You can fill out your log, and it's cool. I like that in Arceus. We 100%ed Arceus when we were going through it. Cool. But in some Pokemon games, 100%ing is just a colossal hellscape. Just getting this little girl right here, Wave, in Gen 3 is a perfect example of how nonsense that can get. Or was it, maybe it was Gen 4, but either way it was nonsense. Yeah, getting Feebas, screw you. So it varies. I don't even want to talk about shinies. And then there's the trade exclusives, which is something that should have gone away 20 years ago. Alright, I'm ready, Federation Builder. I'm ready to ban you forever! Instantaneous Ultra Death Ban. Yeah, I'm hitting the wrong button. I guess this is what I wanted to hit. Oh no, they saw me! They saw me, no! I'm ready for you. I'm ready for you! So anyways... No, go ahead, Federation Builder, for real. I'm kind of showing off a few things. You'll notice, I hate to keep praising this game, but a lot of work and thought is put into each individual encounter, especially on the plateau, and trying to make sure that each encounter has something going for it, something unique, something interesting, something tutorially. I'm about to use another example, because I just used that one. But you see that thing dangling through the eye? Do you see that up there? Oh. How strange. I wonder what were to happen if we were to shoot that right there. So we gotta sneak forward. There we go. Scooch, scooch, scooch. Hang on. I'm not used to the arc yet. You gotta give me a second. Little higher, little higher. Nope, now we gotta go even higher. There we go. That should do it. Did it not go off? Oh my god, did I miss? Was it swinging too much? Oh my god, I think it was swinging too much. That's hilarious. Okay, well, that's okay. Yeah, they're all freaking out. Baby, baby, is that you? Ah, shoot. That... Okay, so, diaper changed. What was I doing? Oh, I'm out! Some bokoblins were trying to rob me of some fun. That was happening last time. Well, thank you, Yura. I actually will take that as a huge compliment, especially from someone who is actually professionally trained. Which I super am not. Yeah, I can hear her coming down the staircase, and she's not actually supposed to come down unless there's a problem. So it's like, okay, what's the problem? let's do that really quick over here. Okay, so take 2. Let's not hit the damn thing this time. Wow. I don't think I can hit that. And now it's swinging too much. So I'm going to wait for it to stop swinging so we don't screw up again. So what's the difference between a sage, a mage, and a maiden? So a maiden and a sage are functionally the same role. A mage is someone who can use magic. That's it. Nope, nope, damn it. I actually didn't mean to let go there. Just kind of wait. So they're all looking at like, why is it doing that? Damn it. Yeah, I was swinging too much. So, aside from me sucking, you could drop those into the bombs that exist in there and just kill them all without actually going in there and fighting anything. We're going to have to do this a slightly different way. Don't think I have enough roll for this to happen. Yeah, no, it's not going to happen. That actually went pretty far. And is still going. Yeah, the maidens and the sages are usually the people who are empowered by the goddesses or are ready to empower the Triforce or something similar. Ah, perfect. That's what I was trying to do. Listen, I know, Yura, that if I just did 13-second hypercuts with me constantly changing topic every second, I'm not going to make that. I'm not going to make that. Yep. God dang it. Right. I could have, I see, but eh. These bokoblins must die. Oh yeah, did you notice that when you shoot is when your bow takes damage? Like that. Oh my god. Oh my god. How did we aim before gyro controls? I'm up here, guys. What? I'm up here. What? What's going on? I don't see any issues here. Yeah, unfortunately, they really reduce bomb damage because you have infinite bombs in this game. Which is, you know, a shame. And we're dead. All that, and he's just like, whap! Oh. Anyways. What are you? Really? I want my explosion. And I'm getting my explosion. Also notice our metal sword is almost out of durability. Just to keep pointing that out as we go. Oh, and we're full on inventory, because of course we are. Let's go ahead and drop that while we're here. Anyways, hi Ross. I don't think I said hi. Fire arrows. How appropriate. If you break all your stuff, there's always, like, random tree logs and stuff you can find, and most enemy camps, if you sneak up to them, they have weapons just kind of sitting off to the side. I believe we're at 4 times now I've had to empty my inventory because my inventory is full. I am a little surprised we haven't encountered a Korok yet. Yeah, let's eat an apple. And a cooked steak. And yeah, if you run out of literally everything, you have bombs, which do very little damage, but they do damage. And they are infinite. Well, in Four Swords Adventures, the maidens help with the Ganon fight, and in Link to the Past, the maidens unseal the Ganon fight, which is why I just put maidens and sages in the exact same group, because they accomplish the same thing, narratively as well as gameplay-wise. Is it over here? Sorry, there's something I'm trying to remember where it is. Let's do this. There it is. Yeah, could you imagine modded Breath of the Wild? That would be truly insane, and nobody would ever do that. Like, think about Ocarina and how the sages unseal Ganon's tower. Pretty much the exact same thing that happens in LTTP with the maidens. Another good example. Aw. What is that? Ganondorf's kind of a melee sorcerer hybrid, but he definitely leans on the mage side of things. Especially in the more traditional Japanese sense of the word. Think Devil May Cry, how there's usually like one evil sorcerer. And they're usually the best character in their respective games. Sorry, you asked about that earlier. I would say the Warcraft Chronicles books are pretty fun to read. Except for the third one. The third one kind of sucked. If you skip the third one, I don't blame you. Who knows if the fourth one will be worth the damn. Alright, fine. So that's not it. We'll do the other thing then. Not. No, another see me? I didn't know your kind could see the children of the forest. Yeah, bloodlines, purity, poop. They have a distinctive smell. I'm not joking, it says that in the icon. Or it says that in the tooltip. They have a distinctive smell. Alright, where is... I thought it was nearby. Apparently I'm wrong. Very wrong. There are dozens of you, Yora. Dozens of you! What's really interesting about this view is you can obviously see objects you can interact with through things, but only through certain things. As you can see here, you actually can't see it behind certain things. So some terrain you can see through and some you can't. Later on, they'll play with that when it comes to puzzle design. Eh. So, the first trial we find, it's relatively easy to find. It's right there. It's pretty much right in our face. And it gives us the bomb, which is probably the most default equipment in the entire game. Which is funny, because we actually get it second after getting the magnet. Shrug. But for the other two, the first one is often behind some combat, depending on what angle you come from. If you remember, last time we played this game, we actually died on the way to the second shrine. Or, excuse me, the third shrine. And the final shrine is hidden behind cold. And there's several ways to get up there. In fact, there are, to my knowledge, at least 3 ways you can try to deal with getting up to the cold and actually getting to the final shrine, and not just dying on the way there. And there goes my sword. Oh, hang on. That was my metal sword that just broke. Remind me, Yura. I'll take that. Yeah, Link just swings so hard. It's just like, whoosh. Yeah, we hit that camp over there and that killed us. Excuse me. Oh, I thought that was Kata. Well, either way, yes, Yura. A broke weapon counter. We're already up to like 6. Think we could manage. No, that's a little bit too high. A little bit too high. We could probably manage that. Yeah, what do you have? 2,000 strength. Ah! I broke the bow the moment I used it. So let's see. We had thing that just broke. We've had at least 3 bokoblin things. I know we had the stick. And I know we had at least those 2. So we'll go with that. That's lowballing it a little bit, but that's okay. That's okay. We don't have to be precise. Listen, it's not my fault Link's a hottie, okay, Savacom? I look at those dreamy locks, and I picture him running his crossbow through my hair. His hook shot extending to full length. Sorry. Can't even finish my own joke. Oh yeah, we also had a bow break. Forgot about the bro. I had the bow there. Ahem. Listen, we all know Link's taken by Midna in Twilight Princess. And honestly, probably Tetra in Wind Waker. So now we're in cooler area, but you notice we're not actually at the point where the temperature is low enough to do damage, I think. Oh no, we are. My bad, my bad. We're actually in an area where we'd be taking damage if we didn't have some kind of cold protection on. This is why I brought up the fire thing earlier. The plateau is tutorialized so that there's a bit of guidance to it, but the manner in which you progress is completely up to you. Some people just make fires on the spot by throwing... by throwing lit torches on the ground. Some people, of course, just get the buff food because there's plenty of sources of peppers. You can, of course, do the side quest. We actually did in order to gain the gear, which just gives us a passive cold resistance. Cool stuff in general, in my opinion. No pun intended. I believe an actual source of fire will do it, not a torch itself. That's why you use the torch to die instantly. If you don't use the torch to die instantly, I mean, are you even trying? If I was to recommend a Breath of the Wild fan a game, would Dragon's Dogma be on my mind? I could see that, yeah. I can't believe I just slipped, just straight up. Take that Rhino Beetle. Rhino Beetles increase our attack power. Listen, if you can't have some funny deaths, what are you even doing playing this game? Well, I don't know. Let's ask what the fans of Dark Souls 2 think about that, Trihex here. There are mounts in this game. I usually don't use them, to be honest with you. But I'll show it off for the purposes of review. I have heard rumors, Gigapudding. I mean, I've heard people even like Korok seeds, if you can believe that. I know. It's shocking to me, too. Enjoy your death. You earned that. Oh, I love collecting moons in Odyssey. And I do. Legitimately. And unironically. You know what I don't enjoy? Starfield. And I've heard some people like that game, too. What's that? Will I stop making fun of Starfield? No. I will never stop making fun of Starfield. My cybernetic form will be 115. And I'll be discussing game design for our new Switch 37. And the latest PlayStation Infinity. And I'll be like, you know what this reminds me of? Starfield. People are like, why are you talking about that old retro game? I'm like, ah, trust me. It's relevant. Actually, no. I wasn't a big fan of the original franchise because Beneath the Planet of the Apes kind of put me off the franchise. And then there's the next two films, which are even worse. I don't like the word retro. I've actually argued before the word retro has no meaning. No definitive meaning. So, quite honestly, no. I don't consider Wind Waker retro or anything retro, because it doesn't mean anything. First Planet of the Apes is a little different. It's certainly an older film in several senses of the word. But, you know, there's something there. Then there's the second film. And there's the third one. And there's the fourth one. And then there's the fifth one. I think that's it. I think there's 5. And 2 was Beneath, and then 3 was the Past. And then 4 was like the Revolution, and then 5 was the Post. Yeah, I'm right. There's 5. I'm right. So, take 2. Operation Don't Die Instantly. Then Tim Burton one was intended to be a reboot and then just kind of sat on its own. And then there's the actual reboots, which are the recent ones. I do love how one of the ways they shorthand that the villain is a villain in the second or third film of the reboots, I forget which, is they have him shaving his head bald. Because he shaves. And I don't know, I feel attacked, you know? Just a little. Yeah, it's Woody Harrelson's character. Apparently not, Savicom. Don't mind me. Howdy, howdy. Whoops, wrong button. We're actually getting a little low on weapons. How's that for a while? Oh, and as usual, spears are actually really good in this particular game. No, I'm dead serious. Spears have great reach, and their attack is a long-range jab. It's kind of awesome. One of my favorite weapons in the game is the super spear you get from doing the trials. The Sheikah spear, whatever the hell it's called. Great weapon. Nice view. And you can see just a little bit of the desert over there. Just a bit. And that's a little bit too bright. Yeah, by the way, this time around we're taking nothing but hard-ups. I want the Master Sword ASAP. This game will get a lot better the moment I have a reliable weapon that doesn't break. Or rather, doesn't permanently break. Because it still breaks. The Master Sword still breaks. I've heard some people argue that that fact by itself deserves a negative. That the Master Sword has durability. And honestly, that's hard to argue against. Like, what? You decided that the Master Sword should have durability. And I know it comes back with real time. But I can speak from experience that it's kind of situational, but it's possible to be in a situation where you really need a good weapon, and you have the Master Sword, and that's it, and you're just stuck sitting there waiting for the 5 minutes? However long it is. Waiting for the sword to regenerate. Yeah, we've got Excalibur! Smash! Oh. It's okay, I've got the Buster Sword. Smash! I picked up Frostmournes. That's possible, Savacom. I'm not sure. It's possible they could not... Well, no, because we actually do know that the game has the concept of infinite durability. Because items and objects in the world also have durability, health points, let's call it what it is. And so since they have the concept of infinite HP on an item, there should, asterisk, be nothing that prevents them from doing that on a weapon. That's true. Master Sword also has infinite durability on the final boss, and I believe all of the major bosses. Also, this is just the pillar of sand upgrade from Link Between Worlds, I'm just saying. I'm not making fun. That actually is an awesome item, but, you know. Ugh, fine. Just hit the wrong button here. I like how you can climb ice, but not certain types of walls, the dark walls. I remember being stuck on this one for a minute. How many of you were stuck on this one for a minute? Damn it. Yeah, ice actually is really cool. Neat of a power-up, but they don't really do as much with it as, say, magnesis, which is, or stasis, which is used for everything. I'm pretty sure they do, Blade Develop, but there's only one way to find out. That's a yes. Well, let's see what this does. Come on, come on. There we go. No, Evo, I don't get it. Could you explain it to me? I know, right, Ross? I mean, considering this whole game is functionally a tech demo, that's not a joke. One of the things that kept happening during development is they just had random ideas. Not for anything fancy, just like, hey, what if we could do this? Oh, that's a cool idea. Now, how do we implement it throughout the rest of the game that we've already done a huge amount of development time? And so they went back and re-added that concept to the rest of the game. Considering how much of this game's life cycle was done as a Wii U game, it's actually doubly funny. Because originally the game was supposed to use the Sheikah Slate, the Wii U controller, extensively. Now you're probably thinking, doesn't it on the Wii U? Yes, but as soon as they realized it was going to be ported to the Switch, they realized they had to redesign the entire game, top to bottom, to not need that. To not mandate the use of the Wii U controller, because the Switch obviously didn't have it. Now, what's really funny about that is several interviews I saw all indicate the same thing, that they thought that was absolutely the right call in no longer needing that. Go figure. Oh, by the way, I didn't show it off properly, so I'm going to show it off right now, just super quick. Check this out. Boop. There's a pin right in front of me. I know it's hard to see, because, you know. But when I walk up to the pin, it automatically fades. Now, that's a debatable quality of life feature, but I personally enjoy that as... God, that's so bright. I enjoy that as a feature. I enjoy not having to be like, all right, I reached the spot. Hang on. So pull up the map and then zoom in and hit the wrong button to zoom in. And then go to the thing and then remove the map and blah, blah, blah. I do prefer being able to just walk up to it and get rid of the thing. So Skyward Sword came out in 2011. I can barely see what I'm doing. Jesus Christ. If there's a way to turn the bloom off, I'm all ears. But yeah, 6 years of development time, and a lot of that was spent just teching. Just experimenting with it. Yeah, options are for squares. This is a console game. You don't have options on console games. What do you think this is? Super Metroid? For the SNES from 1994? I will never stop using that as an example of shaming people for not putting options in their games. 1994. How many of you were alive then? Okay, that's a bad metric. I'm pretty sure most of my audience was alive then. But point remaining. You know, that's actually a good question. Yura and Evo, since I know you're both trained artists. Why is bloom a thing? Like, I'm sorry, I've never actually known someone personally who likes bloom, especially overbloom, when it comes to game design. So why does every game in the universe lean on the bloom button like it owes them money? Let's see. So it's this. There it is. So if you do this in snow, you can do this anywhere. If you do it in snow and sand, the shield doesn't lose any durability while you're doing that. Depth of field I can give you an answer for. It's because movies and shows do it. Because cameras used to be so crap that they couldn't actually focus on more than one thing at a time. Movie cameras are no longer crap, and now people do it because it's the style. Reminder, depth of field can go directly to hell. I mean, that is literally visibly problematic, and we have precedents for giving a negative for graphics. A negative for graphics that are getting in the way of visibility, or causing headaches, or otherwise being a problem. So, yeah, it's the same as film grain, it's the same as depth of field. It is a pre-established negative. Sure, Dakota, sure. Whatever. So, negative to graphics. Let's put this towards... That's true, I'm just a moron because headaches don't actually exist. Bloom. Yeah, Twilight Princess will probably get the bloom negative as well, especially the HD version. Oh, sorry. No, Wind Waker HD added bloom, which is a damn shame, because it makes the game look worse. Oh, sorry, you just said that, never mind. Yeah, just look at the headache and be like, bad. Bad. No headache. Go away. Actually, I knew that too, Arspruce, but only in the PC version, obviously. So if we ever do re-review Octopath, which I kind of hope we never do, but if we do, we'll be doing the PC version. I mean, no one's really pushing at Cycloud, so good luck on that. Also, I might veto it to begin with. I don't think there's a lot of value in re-reviewing Octopath 1. Now, Octopath 2, sure. And Eiyuden Chronicles, sure. And the Dragon Quest III remake, it'll never come out. See, I'm challenging myself now to think of a time in a game where Bloom has been a good thing. And I'm actually having trouble with that. Like, logically speaking, surely somewhere, at some point in time, Bloom has been a good thing in games. Has actually added to the visibility, or visibility's not word, added to the quality? I don't know. Made it better, yo. Oh, that was more instant than I thought it would be. This is how stasis works. Damn it, Cyclops. Big cooldown, too, compared to some of the other ones. I do actually like the moment of leaving the vault in Fallout 3. Remember, 3 things, Cycloud. 3 things. Let's go with this. Alright, Mr. Red, choose or be destroyed. I'm okay with either, really. Really, game? Really? Elit and Wonder Labyrinth. Shadow Heart's Covenant. Legend of Spyro Trilogy. So we're almost done with the plateau. At which point we'll hit the freedom point. And then we'll have an interesting question to answer. Where do we go first?
Ho!
Yep, time to cut off the guessing game. We're done with the game. With this, you've acquired all the spirit orbs from the shrines on the plateau. Means it's finally time. Finally time for me to tell you everything. Imagine an X on your map with the 4 shrines as the endpoints. Find the spot where those lines intersect. It's literally right there, game. You're literally showing me it right there. And yeah, he's, in case it was not shocking, he's a ghost. I do like how they describe it, though, so it's like, okay. And so if you feel like it, you can actually sit here and be like, okay. But yeah, it's over here. It's the Temple of Time. Of course it's the Temple of Time. Yes, Lorshock, he was in fact dead all along. Oh, I should get the chest. Because as that little tutorial tutorialized... So we see the angle, and we see the severity of the throw. Which is cool. And that's the thing that makes speedrunning this game possible. Average percent of living main characters in a Zelda game? Like 3%. Something like that. I'm joking. It's pretty decently high percentage, but at the same time, there's a lot of dead people in these games. Like, really? Have you ever thought about that? We are really low on weapons, again. At least one-handed weapons. There's also some other fun physics stuff you can do. Or dreams, you know. One of the more infamous examples, and I believe the current speedrunner still uses this, is actually in the Temple of Time. You aim down at a specific bokoblin, jump down to it, and then hit it at just the right angle so that it catapults you to Hyrule Castle. Which is exactly as long of a trip as that sounds like. Okay, sure, whatever. I'll accept that. Am I playing the original Link's Awakening? I've been debating that back and forth because there's some merits to showing off the original versus the new one. And there will be a very slight difference in the two in terms of score. But the two are so practically identical that that slight difference is the only variance. They are, in short, the same version, the same game. But if I'm being honest with you, I haven't 100% decided yet. My automatic inclination is to play the remaster. It's because it's going to be, you know, a lot easier and smoother of an experience overall. It's just going to be, like... I can play the remaster like this, right? And so, for that reason alone, right? But it's not like the original is without merit. So... I don't know. I still kind of haven't decided, to be quite honest with you. Yes. Yes. Give me my power. We'll get one stamina vessel for now. Just one. I don't know. Samarkand. If you remember the last time I raised stamina almost exclusively, I didn't regret that until I found out about the Master Sword. Blessings of the Goddess has made you that much more resilient, I see. Here I am. Get up here. But you're dead, and I'm not. I mean, okay, granted, I've died like 5 times, but listen. Oh yeah, speaking of which, we had a thing blow up just now. I haven't heard any rumors of a Switch remaster, but it would, or Jesus Christ, a Zelda remaster, but I wouldn't be surprised, I think is how I want to phrase that. You know, that would make a weird amount of sense, Blitval. I do think they could have sped climbing up a little bit. I get that we're climbing sheer faces, I just kind of don't care. You gave me the ability to climb, game. Don't look at me like that. Have you noticed there's no blood moons, by the way? Those don't happen on the Great Plateau at all. I kind of wish there was a way to disable them in general, to be quite honest with you.
Well done there, young one. Now then, the time has come to show you who I truly am. I was King Rome Bosphoramus Hyrule.
Dun dun dun!
I was the last leader of Hyrule.
The last terrible leader of
Which
Hyrule.
no longer exists. The Great Calamity was merciless. It devastated everything in its path, lo, a century ago. It was then that my life was taken away from me. And since that time, here I have remained in spirit form. I did not think it wise to overwhelm you while your memory was still fragile. So rather than that, I thought it best to assume a temporary form. Forgive me. I think you are now ready. Ready to hear what happened 100 years ago. To know Calamity Ganon's true form, one must know the story from an age long past. The Demon King was born into this kingdom, but his transformation into malice created the horror you see now. Stories of Ganon were passed from generation to generation in the form of legends and fairy tales. But there was also a prophecy. The signs of a resurrection of Calamity Ganon are clear, and the power to oppose it lies dormant beneath the ground. We decided to heed the prophecy and began excavating large areas of land. It wasn't long before we discovered several ancient relics made by the hands of our distant ancestors.
And when you mean relics, you of course mean kaiju.
Divine beasts were giant machines piloted by warriors. We also found the Guardians, an army of mechanical soldiers who fought autonomously. This coincided with ancient legends, oft repeated throughout our land. We also learned of a princess with a sacred power, and her appointed knight, chosen by the sword that seals the darkness. It was they who sealed Ganon away using the power of these ancient relics. 100 years ago, there was a princess set to inherit a sacred power and a skilled knight at her side. It was clear that we must follow our ancestors' path. We selected 4 skilled individuals from across Hyrule and tasked them with the duty of piloting the divine beasts. With the princess as their commander, we dubbed these pilots champions, a name that would solidify their unique bond.
No one else would use the word champion, obviously.
The princess, her appointed knight, and the rest of the champions were on the brink of sealing away Ganon. But nay. Ganon was cunning, and he responded with a plan beyond our imagining. He appeared from deep below Hyrule Castle, seized control of the Guardians and the Divine Beasts, and turned them against us. The champions lost their lives, those residing in the castle as well. The appointed knight, bravely wounded, collapsed while defending the princess. And thus, the kingdom of Hyrule was devastated absolutely by Calamity Ganon. However, the princess survived to face Ganon alone.
Link, you are our final hope. The fate of Hyrule rests with you.
That princess was my own daughter, my dear Zelda. And the courageous knight who protected her right up to the very end. That knight was none other than you, Link. You fought valiantly when your fate took an unfortunate turn. And then, you were taken to the Shrine of Resurrection. Here you now stand, revitalized 100 years later. The words of guidance you have been hearing since your awakening are from Princess Zelda herself. Even now, as she works to restrain Ganon from within Hyrule Castle, she calls out for your help. However, my daughter's power will soon be exhausted. Once that happens, Ganon will freely regenerate himself, and nothing will stop him from consuming our land. Considering that I could not save my own kingdom, I have no right to ask this of you, Link. But I am powerless here. You must save her, my daughter, and do whatever it takes to annihilate Ganon. Somehow, Ganon has maintained control over all 4 divine beasts, as well as those guardians swarming around Hyrule Castle. I believe it would be quite reckless for you to head directly to the castle at this point. I suggest that you make your way east out to one of the villages in the wilderness.
Oh, straight to the castle. Got it.
The road out to Kakariko Village. There you will find the Elder Impa. She will tell you more about the path that lies ahead. Consult the map on your Sheikah slate for the precise location of Kakariko Village. Make your way past the twin summits of the dueling peaks. From there, follow the road as it proceeds north.
Straight to the castle mode. Yeah, where's my frickin' glider? Give me my glider. An extremely important bit of kit. Excuse me. Excuse me. Am I limited to just a remaster, I see? I don't think I'd give a negative for inconsistent voice acting. Although maybe I should. Done! More negatives. I mean, honestly, if you're going to do voice acting, do it. You must save Hyrule. Dude, Hyrule's dead. I don't know if you've been looking around lately. Oh, I agree with you, completely. Yeah, 1 year? Okay. Oh, yeah, speaking of, I should grab this real quick. My inventory is full. Oh my god. Yeah, I don't use bows that often, so... Let's drop that, because I do actually want a decent bow. So, this is such a simple thing. I've talked about how much design goes into things like this before, though. You remember how I praised the rush coil in Mega Man? And you were like, what? You're dumb and stupid and I hate you. And why are you even alive? You should go kill yourself and commit suicide immediately. And I don't know why you were so mean about that. But I stand by that statement. Simple things can completely change how you interact with the game world. Because all of a sudden, falling damage just went away. We functionally have just solved falling damage. Now, that's whatever, but what it really does is it allows us to completely ignore verticality when going down. In a game in which you can climb anything. And, spoilers, later on we will get an option to allow us to just lunge straight up into the air like a solid 200 or 300 feet. So, all of a sudden, verticality has become an actual aspect of traversal. Which is awesome. And the no-fall damage thing, but it also changes where we can access what in terms of horizontal movement, because we can glide across cliffs, for example. One of the things that we actually had happen earlier while we were up in the frozen parts of the plateau is we were trying to cross a chasm, and in the doing, we had to go around. But here, all we have to do to cross such a thing is pop that. Just get a sufficient amount of height and then pop right across. Now, hang on. There's actually another thing that makes this even better. Those things. Now, you're probably thinking, ugh, but you have to climb up these every single time you go them. Well, no, you don't. You only have to climb up them once. Because the moment you have gotten that unlock point for the first time, you now have something really, really tall, which you can now use to glide all over the place. So that's a good example of interlocking systems. The glide by itself is a simple mechanic, but the way so much of the game is designed to benefit it makes the glide an awesome bit of kit. And it's one of the reasons why I enjoy the traversal in a game that has no traditional traversal mechanics. Oh god, Slash, that would be awful. So, yeah, no, the whole game facilitates this concept. Why don't we... Oh, yeah, there's also horses. Let me think for just a moment. And yeah, a lot of the terrain, especially like in that area and over up in that area, is very clearly designed around the glider. I don't think I should go get the Royal Guard armor right now, especially as I would have to look a guide up for that. Although, I get your point. This is going to be a long enough game without me doing it legitimately. I should know it was long enough last time. Yeah, like, this is such a cool system. I don't remember where to get the travel medallion, and I definitely don't remember where to get the teleporting saddle. Last time it was a review, it was just a pre-Oblivion review. We were still building the very review process. Oh, I remember that maze. I went to that maze to get the Berserker armor, if memory is serving. Well, see, the thing is, we've also kind of already streamed this game, so I've already seen a lot of what just roaming does. So why don't we have a little bit of more purpose in our operation? So, it was also 7 years ago. Hang on, I'm getting choice paralysis. I'm joking, but I do want to talk about one thing. So first of all, that's a toggle, not a hold. That's a really minor thing, but that is a nice quality of life feature. You can also do something like this, and save your thumb a little bit, or rather your stamina. Sorry, I don't want to save your thumb. You save your stamina a little bit in order to be able to just pop down. So that's cool. Yeah, this is a game in which what Takoida just suggested is a viable strategy. You can literally roll the dice and pick a direction, and just go there. And that is viable. There's nothing really preventing that. Some chew jelly while we're here. Nom, 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 nom. Delicious jelly. And yeah, the divine beasts have no intended order, like, at all. Also true, Slash Harkin. This is going to be such a weird review. This aspect is really, really good. This aspect is really, really bad. This aspect is really, really good. This aspect is really, really bad. Oh yeah, so those are things which we are not dealing with right now. I will say the game very clearly says go to Kakariko first, and then Impa is going to lead you, I believe, to the observatory first. I don't remember what guidance there is after that, or if there even is any. But I know that's where it starts. The desert being last would make a degree of sense, but actually, I've always felt that that should be last right there. Because you have to do some fun things to get up there, especially if you don't know what you're doing the first time, which you probably don't because it's your first time. Do I think the absence of towns and NPCs is enough to be a negative? That is a fascinating question. There are side quests in this game, and we're going to try to do as many of them as we can, PFR and all that. But you're absolutely right in that there's just an absence of people in huge swaths of the game. Which is funny, because, like, you might think, Zelda games don't have people. Yeah, they do. The only Zelda game to really be absent in terms of people and towns and, like, the hub area is Zelda 1. Even Zelda 2 had frickin' towns, you know? That wouldn't surprise me, ISC. Lord knows we know that Monolith pulled off some frickin' voodoo to get this game running as well as it did 7 years ago on the Switch. Remember, this was a launch title, or was intended to be a launch title. Yes, I did, Dream Whisperer. And yeah, that's pretty much exactly why we aren't. You know, that's a fair point, Frieza. In fact, I only found out as recently as yesterday that there is a thing they do where they have a NPC generator built into the game that generates those random people on the road. They are literally procedural. They are literally procedural NPCs. I never knew that before, but God, doesn't that make sense? Speaking of procedurally generated NPCs, Starfield! No, I'm done. God. Look at how fleshed out our world is. There's a bunch of people who don't say or do anything, and who look like each other. Mulligan! Mulligan! Okay, I'll die. I accept. The hero of... Oh, I forget what it is. Hero of the Wilds, I think, is this one? Because we've had the Hero of the Time, Hero of Wind, the Hero of Twilight. I can't remember the other one. Anyways, whatever. I think this is Hero of Wild. I think this is. The Hero of Trains. Yeah. I'm really curious how the DS titles are going to review when we get there. I've played through Phantom and Spirit Tracks twice, in fact. And I have no idea how those games are going to review. They're definitely going to review. That's what I can say with definitiveness. I just found a side quest. There's a strange mask. Oh, God. Oh, God. There's all the EX stuff. And the Xenoblade Chronicles 2 thing. Yeah, this is all DLC stuff. Like, literally all of this. So there's our introduction to side quests. DLC stuff. We'll hold that off for a minute. Because, yeah, that's going to be all sorts of optional gear stuff that we probably don't want to dip into just yet. Phantom Hourglass. I'm very curious how it's going to play because I'll be playing it on the PC. Hello? I'm used to seeing bad omens, but no, it's just badder than most. We're doomed. I mean, don't panic. Sorry, who are you? Have we met? Doesn't matter who you are, really. I was getting tired of talking to myself, so you've come at a good time. By the way, those strange things that popped out of the ground, did you see them? I'm not talking about mushrooms here. I'm talking about the towers. They seem to have popped up all over the place. And that's not the only strange thing that's happened. The long-deserted shrine suddenly started glowing. You know what this means, don't you? The end is here! With all this craziness happening, I've been keeping an eye on that thing, just to see if it suddenly starts moving, you know? What thing? The Guardian, of course. Haven't you heard the old stories about Hyrule? Dude, it's only been a century. See that thing over there? The one that's shaped like an overturned urn? That's what I'm talking about. You know, some of them can move. One of them tried to chase down and kill me. This one? No, it was a different one. That one was closer to the castle, but before the forest. When they spot you, they shoot blue beams of light at you. Man, I was so sure that was the end for me. I was prepared for the worst. But somehow I managed to escape into the nearby woods. You think it was my lightning-fast reflexes that saved me? Yeah, I wish. Truth is, I just got lucky. Anyway, I hear the Guardians like that still wander around Hyrule Castle. Be careful. Still getting those DLC quests. Just dumping those quests on my face. What is this, Oblivion? Oh, I think it's everything. I think it's everything. Yay! Hang on. Hungry. Hungry. Some goat. May have caught the grass on fire. That's okay. Because this is something you can do in this game. Did you know you can do this in this game? It's like a poor man's verticality early on. It's really easy to do, too. Anyways. I was going to say something. Yeah, we also got cooked meat immediately. Whee! This might be rough, because I don't have a lot of stamina right now, so... Okay. Just gonna try our best here. Yeah, I think we got that. We could have also used ice... Actually, can we use ice pillars on moving water? We can. That arguably shouldn't work. Wow. I'm not going to argue it. Let's try this, actually. I just noticed we actually have an honest-to-God quest marker on the minimap. I absolutely do not, Melkor Blade. I don't know jack. I don't know anything. I'm worthless. If I died tomorrow, people would be like, did you know him? And people would be like, who? And then the Chews would pop up and be like, I knew him! He killed me for my jelly! And then he ate it! He ate me! Just like this is Metal Gear Solid 3. Of course, we don't have the Korok leaf, so we can't do anything with that. Now, the Korok leaf should be a bit of kit. It isn't. Do you know why? Oh, I'll just answer you. It's because it's a weapon, which takes up a weapon slot. This sucks, to put it as nicely as I possibly can. Yeah, exactly. All you have to do to understand this is picture if the glider took up a shield slot. Hi. It does have durability. One of the first things my niece did when she was playing Tears of the Kingdom was she tried to make a raft. And I'm really stressing the tried to part of that equation. Not that it was her fault, the controls are rather finicky, but she was bound and determined. She just stopped the entire game to sit there and make that raft. She did. Because, you know, she's awesome like that. Yeah, those rocks have disturbingly good accuracy. It's really quite frustrating. Yeah, you pretty much... I don't know about you guys. I get into the habit of just carrying around a Korok leaf, a two-hander for actual hard combat, and then the hammer around all the time. Oh, and a torch, obviously, for fire. Because, you know, duh. Speaking of negatives to the gameplay, we're going to have to debate what we do with lightning when we get there. Because that can get bullcrappy. And rain. Oh, haha, Brakeman. Hello, Evo. I don't believe so, Jolly Leprechaun, but don't quote me on that. You missed everything, Evo. I don't remember. See. Correct, Hira. You can only skip time at a flame thing, which may or may not be a negative, depending on how much time is relevant to the game. Zhuang. You can throw metal items, so anything that's metal in a lightning storm just starts going... And then after a few seconds, it gets struck by lightning. Perfectly. There's no actual aiming. It's just lightning happens at that spot. Hey! Sheikah sensor. Cool. So to my knowledge, the only way to really bypass that is to unequip all your metal stuff. Although... Yes, I know. Thank you. Thank you. I do like the Sheikah sensor. So it's hot-cold. And we're just going to roam for a second here, because they put a tutorial one here. I can actually see it right there. At least I think that's it. I might be wrong. Nope. This way, this way. You're probably wondering, why is that even necessary? I mean, every Sheikah sensor, every Sheikah shrine has been visible, right? Well, Show that off in a second. I think you're right. I think it's up. Flint! Woo. We can use that on firewood. So now this is weird, because I thought it was closer than this. Let go! Let go! You can also disable this feature. Oh, here it is. Okay, cool. So, obviously, this is not what I was wanting to show off. But what I was wanting to show off is some of these are hidden. They're not actually visible until you get up to them. And then they go... It's a little bit of hot and cold guidance there. I also just noticed it's my lunch break. So I think I'm going to go do that.